I think there we go. Alright. Hey guys, how's it going? So, I hope everyone had a good holiday. It's been a while. I just got really busy with work and school, and I've even been learning like Japanese and relearning guitar on the side. But I kind of figured that I needed to take a break and really get things figured out. And I just thought the other day, like, wow, it's been a while since I streamed. The last time I was streaming super frequently was right around the time this game, Star Rail, came out, and I've just kind of missed it. It's just a fun thing to do for fun, and I don't know, it's been a while. But I've been hoping to get back into it. I don't know how frequent it'll be. I used to be streaming like 3, 4 times a week, for like a year and a half, and it probably won't be that frequent. But as far as days go, it'll just kind of depend, but for the most part, I could stream every day. But with school and everything, I think Wednesdays and weekends would be the best days. And for games, I mean, we'll still probably stream the Hoyoverse games, Arknights as well. We'll also probably go ahead and play some roguelikes if I can find some good ones. I've been playing a lot of Across the Obelisk, and I've been playing Hades again, actually. We streamed that the first few times I played it, because Hades 2 comes out, I believe, in Q2 of next year, which will be super cool. But anyways, figured we could just hop into the new Star Rail patch. I was thinking about streaming the new Genshin patch last week, but there wasn't a whole lot to do because that was the patch. I mean, it's the patch that Navia came out, and a lot of things were kind of coming up to a close with Fontaine, but super cool stuff happened there. It was interesting to see how everything went, but with Star Rail, I've been surprised at how much I've fallen in love with this game. Super fun. I've always enjoyed turn-based games, and this basically is... I know there's been a lot of comparisons between it and Genshin, which I don't always think is like the most fair thing, but some of them definitely are, some of those criticisms. But I really have loved like just the story and the characters. I think the Trailblazer's super cool. And I've been surprised, but my favorite characters are actually both on this banner. Tingyun and Xueyi. I know that Tingyun's pretty popular despite the twist that twist was probably not the right word, I'm so sorry. But Tingyun's been just a really cool character for me. I think that, model notwithstanding, my model is actually based on Texas from Arknights, but I think anyone who liked Yai Miko and Genshin probably does like Tingyun, but I really like Xueyi, and I don't know why. I've seen the memes comparing her to Catherine, but I just really, really like her. So I thought we could start out by doing the character trials for the two new characters, then I'll definitely be pulling for them. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, but this game's been, like, remarkably nice to me. So has Arknights and Genshin, actually. I don't know what's going on. I lost 6 of my first 7 50-50s in Genshin, so for this game to be as nice to me as it has, like, early on, I had Bronya and her Light Cone, and all I've been doing is doing Battle Pass and Monthly Pass. And I have, like, 3 pities worth of wishes saved up, too, so I know I can guarantee Ruan Mei. And I really do think that Nihility and Harmony characters will have really good longevity. DPS characters could struggle a bit in the long run. We've seen that with every game if you don't have really good artifacts. But I still think it'll be okay. I've also got to say, I think that the most broken defensive character in the game is actually Fushuan. I know people have even said she doesn't combine well with Jingliu, but when the Matrix is up, as long as you don't let that fall, your team is pretty much immortal. It is so hard to die if you have not Jingliu, sorry. Oh, sorry, I dropped something. But if you have Fushuan's Matrix up, it is so hard for any of your characters to die. The only time I've had them die through the Matrix is in a high-level MOC, when I'm not running a healer, as well as in level 5 Swarm Disaster, which is actually... I mean, she was so strong I went from barely being able to beat the second boss of the second to last difficulty at the time, to instantly beating 5 on 3 paths. But they've added so much content to this game for sure. But anyway, time to stop rambling. Let's hop into Xueyi's character trial first. I would say between the two, her and Tingyun, she's definitely my favorite character. I've seen that, a lot of the 4-star DPS are actually kind of, I feel, falling off a little bit if you don't have good builds. Some of them, like Hook, weren't great from the start, but I love these games because you can basically use whoever you want. outside of maybe high level like Spiral Abyss slash MOC, or like Swarm Disaster, but I did see that she does ignore weakness type, which is what I think makes Silverwolf super strong. It's just the ability to ignore the weakness system is super important in this game, because otherwise it feels like you gotta be really careful. But yeah, I've definitely been looking forward to this character even more than Ruan Mei. Ruan Mei as well seems to be really focused on weakness break. So I've been thinking that a good team for her might actually be to run double Quantum, double Ice. Because of, you could run her with Jingliu. I know, again, the Fushuan Jingliu combo. And then you could also run Silverwolf for weakness, insurance. And then you could run, like, Lynx. If you were really worried about healing, you could even take out, you know, Fushuan and run Lynx as your healer instead. But minimizing those weaknesses when you're running Silverwolf is really important. Because I used to run Silverwolf, like, my Sela Bronya team and a healer, which at the time I only had Natasha, because only her and Bailu were in the game. Didn't go so well. But I've seen this animation. It's so cool. The cutscene last patch, where she saved the Trailblazer too, during the event, was just super cool. I was actually really surprised that Xueyi was a 4-star character. I know Hanya is as well, but we didn't really know much about Hanya until right before she came out. Yeah, her skill is just kind of a generic blast. I will say too, Hanya, really strong character. I don't know if they'll ever add, you know, more characters that give you more skill points, all that stuff. It'll just depend. We'll have to see as the game kind of goes on. But just the fact that she can basically use her skill on cooldown and you don't get punished for it is kind of nuts, honestly.
Just a little something.
I know, but there's so many good quality of life changes in this game. The fact that there is a just straight up auto mode is something I never knew I needed, that they couldn't even put into Genshin. You know, I talked a little bit about those comparisons. There's always fair criticism with any game. But like, I was surprised that even though they're both gacha games, how many comparisons the two got. Just because... I just got an achievement. But just because, like... Again, even though they're both gacha games, a similar genre, the biggest example I can think of is people don't compare Valorant and League at all. Just because they're by the same developer, and you'd assume it's two different developer teams, all that stuff. But there is always definitely, like I was saying, fair criticism. Feel like I'm repeating myself at that point, but I don't know. Ruan Mei, yeah, increases all allies' weakness break efficiency. She's pretty much the only person I think of that you might use that weakness break set. I've even heard they might buff or rework it a little bit. But it's one of those things, like in Across the Obelisk, they added the Queen recently with the last patch that focuses really heavily on like frost damage. And people joked about, oh, they're just trying to convince people that frost damage is viable. But sometimes to make something viable, you need a new character. You can't always just make it work with what exists.
Naughty child.
But it's kind of funny to see the characters like Natasha they put in every single trial as well.
Every petal in life's garden, all will be swept away by the wind.
I actually haven't seen this animation. That's pretty. Even like the character animations, though, I know we're getting compared, but in Genshin, you know, I can't imagine how obnoxious it would be if you had really long character animations. And I think the Genshin ones usually look pretty good. Because you consider a lot of times they include the background. And again, if you had a really long, you know, burst animation, it'd be obnoxious. Even in like Honkai Impact 3rd, I don't think it's as detrimental because that's more of a hack and slash game. But anyways, I am excited for this new simulated universe. But now that we've done that, I think both characters will be worthwhile. I think the only potential problem, like I was saying, with weakness break focused support is that they do still have to be a specific element. The enemies will still have a specific element in weakness. But I believe on Pity, I'm at like 10 because I got... Again, the game's been so nice to me. I got Hanya on my first 10 pull, just pulling to see. Because what I usually do, so we're at about 10 Pity. What I've been doing with 4-star characters is I pull once or twice on a 10 pull, if I have the wishes. And then if I don't get them, I just wait for the events that usually roll around where you get a free one. But Genshin in particular has been so nice to me. I managed to get a copy of Navia and Farina, and they're the only two characters I pulled, on a 150-50. And I have like 5 pities worth saved up in that game because I wasn't pulling for like 3 or 4 patches before. And as a Battle Pass like monthly pass player, you usually get about, I'd say, a little over 1 pity a patch. So worked out really well. Let's see. Takes us up to 20. I don't know if it's like... I've seen comparisons and I can never tell until you get to the door whether or not you got a 5-star. Like in Genshin, you immediately see the comment. I've seen there's little... oh, we got a Tingyun. Okay. There's little differences there, I guess. But... yeah, I only am hoping for 1 copy of Xueyi, and then obviously, hopefully, to win 50-50, because I know we have good characters like Acheron, I think is how you pronounce it, as well as... I think it's Black Swan and Hanabi. There's a lot of really cool characters that have already been kind of leaked. I've also heard this patch we get a free Doctor ratio, which is cool. I think this is, what, 30 pulls done? I've already forgotten. On March 7th, so we've gotten every character except Xueyi. It would be tragic if I couldn't get one. On the banner with Ginafen, I can't remember who she came out with, but I actually had to... I won my 50-50 and then had to go like another 50 pulls deep. Which is actually how I ended up accidentally pulling Hua Hua. Because I couldn't... I couldn't get a copy of Ginafen. We'll see. There she is. Nice. Yeah, I'll actually probably build her. I still have a bunch of characters to build. I recently... I mean, people were doing it really early on, but I recently hit my 300 standard banner pulls. And... so I got Himeko. I'm still missing Bailu and Gepard. But I feel like Gepard nowadays, especially with Fushuan, is only really good for Swarm Disaster, trying to beat on Preservation Path. And Bailu, I feel like... she's still useful. A revive is good. But standard banner characters, I always figure you'll get down the line. Like, it'll happen. Just all 4-star characters in general, you'll get them eventually. Although it might take a while to C6. I still have a ton of characters from Sumeru that are 4 stars that I have like C2 on. In Genshin. Another March? I don't know how many March 7th Eidolons I have, actually. I was using it for a while before I had a good secondary support system, because in MOC, my general thought is, and for teams in general, you know, take a Preservation or Abundance. You could take both, but 1 defensive character at least. Then you have your main DPS, and then you have, you know, your sub DPSs and supports. And by sub DPS, sometimes that's just another DPS, but, you know. But March for a while, I'd run March and Fire Trailblazer as like a gimmicky, try not to let anyone die in MOC, because I didn't have a second healer for a long time. Until Lynx came out, if you didn't pull in early Bailu, you probably only had Natasha. She was basically like the Barbara of the early game. She was a lifesaver for a long time. But I am hoping for another Xueyi con. That would be nice. If we lose our 50-50, we'll probably have the chance to get some, though. Another Teen Yun. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I either had C6 or I just got C6. I've not been paying enough attention. Stop real quick. No, I did already have C6. I just got it then because it was really recent, I remember. But our 5-star should be pretty soon. I don't know if it's gonna be the same over time. Like, I haven't looked at the actual, like, rates. I know they're similar to Genshin. I know the light cone versus weapon system is a lot more forgiving, but I don't know if there's a guarantee. I think it's just like 75% chance you get the light cone. And the only light cone I pulled on was Kafka's, and I did get lucky enough to get it. But I realized pretty quickly, similar to Genshin, there's a noticeable difference in having their BIS signature light cone and having, you know, another light cone. But I don't know if I'd say it makes enough of a difference that, you know, you'd want to spend your wishes on that over a new character. In Genshin over time, you know, I skipped enough banners and enough reruns that eventually it hit that point. Here's a 5-star. But they already are doing reruns. We didn't get reruns and double reruns until like 2 years into Genshin. And I think they just realized, hey, it's a good idea just to do that immediately. Alright. Did we get it? I got a Himeko. That's fine. I kind of wish now that I hadn't used my free 300 guarantee 5-star on Himeko. Because I'm still missing Japard and Bailu, but that's just how it goes sometimes. I should still, after this, have almost enough for 2 pities. We'll definitely be saving up for the upcoming characters. Usually what I'll do, like I said, is monthly pass, battle pass, and then if I absolutely want a character, I'll kind of consider afterwards. Just because my thought is, it reminds me of friends that play World of Warcraft in that they're like, yeah, I have to pay 15 bucks a month, but the amount of hours they get out of just that one game, I know people have played a ton of that game. So, I still get enough enjoyment out of these games that it's kind of worth it to me. I have, you know, hundreds, if not maybe thousands of hours in Genshin at this point. And it looks like we finally see 6 March 7th, so hopefully we'll get some more Xueyi cons. The one downside to 10 pulling though, if you don't single pull once you hit about 70 wishes, is you never know where exactly in that 10 pull. If you're like me and you forget to look. I mean, you know exactly where it is if you check, but where in that 10 pull it was. Because that does affect pity numbers. Oh, there's another con. Nice. I don't even know what all our cons do, but, you know, more cons is usually more helpful than not having them. I don't know if we'll build and use the characters today. I have been farming artifacts, but it just takes so much to farm the characters' mats. I have actually looked and people said on average it would take slightly fewer days in Star Rail than in Genshin. But you also have to consider that I have like 50 transient residents in Genshin. Just over time. And because that game's been around for so long, whereas I have 0 in Star Rail. Like, I've spent the past 3-4 weeks farming the Harmony and Destruction buds, and I know I don't have enough to max out any of them. I do also think, though, similar to Genshin, you can definitely get away with just using the, like, level, even like 6, but like 7, 8, 9 is around where I think it's usable for endgame content. And outside of, like, you know, Swarm Disaster, MOC, it doesn't really matter what you use, so these games are usually real good about that, that outside the high-end endgame stuff, you could do pretty much anything. The way I always saw it with Spiral Abyss and such is, the better your artifacts, the better your characters, your team setup and all that stuff, your weapon, that kind of lowers how well you need to play. So like if I was a whale in Genshin, which I'm not, but if I had that much money to burn, and I had C6, you know, R5 on every single character, I probably don't need to do that much to 36 star. Whereas like with my current stuff, I usually can do the first 3 floors easily, and then I have to redo floor 12 a couple times, you know, with different teams to set up. But then there's people that have beaten the game with like, not beaten the game, but I saw someone way back when 36 star the Abyss without using wishes, so they just use the free characters you're guaranteed. It was nuts. I was actually really impressed. People do some crazy stuff with games. I mean, even dating back to when I was playing the Souls games every day, and I was watching people beat it without getting hit. Is this a new light cone? This is an erudition light cone. It's always weird to me because people joked when the game came out. It's another Xueyi con. But people joked about how you would just use the con with the character's face on it. But then we have ones like the one with, I mean, before we even knew who she was. The light cone with Hanya's face on it from the Battle Pass, which I think they actually made all the light cones available elsewhere. But this one isn't usable by either of the sisters. And this one we found out actually is those two. I'm pretty sure. And I guess at least Xueyi could use it. What I'll probably do is if I'm not using Jingli, I'll just use On the Fall of an Eon. But otherwise, I don't know. This might be an okay option. People usually have a pretty good way of figuring out, like, what the BIS 4-star light cones are, and I usually just wait and see. You can kind of look at the kit and tell, but sometimes there's weird interactions that work really well. Like, I didn't level up quid pro quo for Natasha when I started. I used the Natasha kind of light cone. And honestly, I don't even know if that was the best idea. But it feels good to wish, funnily enough, even though I lost my 50-50 and we're going to soft pity again. I really don't wish that often in these games. That's why, like, in Arknights 2, I have a lot saved up, because I did 110 pull on Executor Altar Banner. I just wanted a copy of Spuria, but the game was really nice to me. I was not a big fan of the Reaper subclass in that game. But, yeah, just worked out pretty well. Another Tingyun gone. I really do like Tingyun, though. I hope they bring her back. I know Honkai Impact 3rd got real dark real quick, especially compared to this kind of the darker undertones you see in Genshin. But I do think they'll bring her back. I think this next pull is where we get our guarantee here. But I can't even complain about the double soft pity loss 50-50, because this game's been so nice to me. Like, you would not believe, especially with my luck. My tag has misfortune in it just because of how bad it goes. Oh, it's the first wish. Another Tingyun. Jeez. But I did farm all the boss materials and a good number of the trace materials. Hopefully I have enough credits as well. But that's good to know. Let's see. So, was that C4 on March? That's good to know.
Is gradually coming to light.
I do think they're gonna follow a lot of similar formulas with characters, but it'll be like weakness break. You know, obviously they have the paths as well. Like weakness break, follow-up specialists, all that stuff. Victory rush. Interesting. Speed is one of those stats that I feel like you can kind of get away with as long as you have a decently fast Wushuan or you use her technique. It's so ridiculous how much you can get away with things, but like, I still have characters I need to build. Like, my Zeala's build is not good, but she was also the first limited banner character that most people got. Let's see, Eidolon's here. Talon's follow-up attack, that's good.
Serving under the 10 Lords as a judge of souls.
Reduce enemy toughness regardless of weakness types. That's interesting.
Serving under the 10 Lords as a judge of souls, I come to the world of the living to enforce their will.
Oh, they follow you. I didn't know they kind of followed you when you did that. Do they do that in Genshin? Maybe I did know that. But anyway, I've kind of looked at the light cones. I don't know if... Like, we're getting to the point for me where I need to start balancing light cones more than just giving everyone one, but... From what I understand, since it's so weakness break effect, maybe this would be a good idea. It's not leveled, but that doesn't sound too bad. Sorry, Asta. I've used Asta once, literally ever, and it was because I was doing the 4 characters the same path on Simulated Universe. Yeah, for Xueyi, I just feel like she's a very stock standard, you know, hit the enemy. So, On the Fall of an Eon could be good. I'm not a big fan of defeating an enemy effects, but that is something I feel like is much easier to proc in Star Rail. That's probably not that helpful. Okay. We'll figure it out. But,
Research is
I
progressing
don't
at
know. I've been
astronomical
farming for
speeds.
so long for these characters, and I still definitely do not have enough materials for them. Which is kind of sad, but... Over time, I think that'll become less of an issue for people. Once you have that point where, like... We're already at that point where all of the wild enemy drops that are available aren't an
Research is
issue.
progressing at astronomical
But you
speeds.
consider how much resin you... Not resin. Trailblaze power, I think it is. You need to farm the boss mats, and then do everything else, and it can be pretty rough. But
Unfortunately,
I do
the
appreciate
mystery
that you
of
only
the
go to
eons
level 80.
remains
I don't know if they
unsolved.
actually balanced it to be around the same XP. I know they give you like the 10 free wishes in the event at the start, but people have said that it still ends up being about the same amount of wishes a patch. which is probably a good thing.
Very well.
I think the only way
Out with the
they'd need
old
to,
and in with the new.
even as the same company kind of change that, would be if there was a significant pity change. You know, if it was harder to reach pity or easier to reach pity, I could see them changing that. But as someone who played free-to-play Genshin for a long time, I do think that, you know, it could always be better, but
Very well.
it's what's
Out with the
within
old
reasonable
and in with the
expectations
new.
for this style of game, you know? We won't be able to fully level both these characters, but that's okay. The only characters aside from these two that I was super looking to level up immediately was my Himeko, actually. Yennefer, actually, I was starting to work on using her too. I've always wanted to raise Xueyi just to see the funny meme. Yanqing only ruined, I think, one of my 50-50s. I mean, you can kind of look at my characters, knowing that I have C1 Himeko now, but I used my guarantee on her. I've won a good chunk of my 50-50s, like, really no room for complaining here. I've been shocked at how nice all three of the games, Arknights, Genshin, Star, that I play recently have just been so nice. Because usually they are not. Let's see. So we do need the new mats for the new Echo of War. I have purposely not done any Echo of War this week. We'll be able to see that. But from what I recall, on a 5-star character, I think it's 18 on this green material. I think it's 69 on the blue, and then it's like 100 something on purple. And then for 4 stars, I want to say it's something like 12, maybe 40 something. I don't know. It's so tough to say. But now that I've remembered, because I totally forgot, we do need this material just to get her big talents. We probably won't use her depending on how long it takes us to do everything. Because I'd like to maybe do the entire story quest, everything else that's available, and then kind of see what's going on with the new simulated universe. Because I played a lot of Swarm Disaster. It was sometimes very frustrating, but Swarm Disaster was fun. They made a roguelike, like choose random buffs and stuff like that in Genshin, and I honestly wonder nowadays if they didn't use that to test Star Rail, you know? Since simulated universe is so key to the game. But I should save some... yeah. We'll call that good. I'm just kind of thinking while we start putting some levels into this, but I'm so excited for Xueyi. It's weird to me that my two favorite characters are 4 stars. There's always been the memes like how Ningguang and Beidou are so strong in lore. Like, they're some of the strongest humans in Liyue. They're 4-star, then we have like Yoimiya being a 5-star, but it's just, I don't know, I thought for sure she'd be a 5-star when she was introduced. She kind of just, I remember, came out of nowhere. The first was like, are you talking to me? Are you giving me an order, I remember? When some enemy was calling for backup. But I just really like her. Anyway, let's go ahead and I'll have to clear all my notifications later. Let's go ahead and just start on the Trailblaze continuance. That function right there is also very nice. Sometimes it messes up. There's one place in the Herta space station that I think it really messes up.
A name that's both new
But usually it's pretty good.
familiar.
Who's that? That's Herta and Asta? I genuinely can't remember, outside of the leaks that always show up with these games, if we ever heard Ruan Mei being mentioned. Because obviously one of the first places we went was this space station. I just can't recall her being mentioned.
Pokakakamon had gotten rid of most of the society members. I didn't have a lot of hope for this. Oh, look who's here.
I've also wondered if we're ever going to meet the real Herta, because you can always see the puppets, you know?
Of course! This is a summit between 3 geniuses.
It's a special time. All departments are preparing to welcome distinguished guests from the Genius Society.
I wonder if Silverwolf's
Madame
gonna
Ruan Mei doesn't
mess with
like
him again.
fanfare and probably
I'd
wouldn't
imagine not,
appreciate a crowd
actually, what
to welcome
happened
her, so
earlier with Herta and
asked the
Screwlum.
researchers to keep things simple.
I took her to see the portraits of the society members a few days ago. I wanted to have the researchers make one for her as well, but she declined the offer.
I remember
I
that her
don't
personality is
care.
very quiet,
Whatever.
and like
as long as
reserved.
she's happy.
I heard Miss Ruan Mei likes snacks and pastries. So I asked the researchers to prepare some traditional desserts from the
Okay.
blue. All of them seemed to tickle her fancy.
Some interesting choices. I do think between like Kiana, even the Doctor from Arknights, the Trailblazers and the Travelers, I think the Trailblazers are probably my favorite. They're just so funny. The dialogue
That's
options
like
are great.
asking, is Herda a great person? The answer is obvious.
Oh, okay.
Miss Ruan Mei is the very image of a scholar. I heard she once took a little vacation on a desert planet. By the time she
Okay.
left, she'd miraculously created
Well,
a
they do
boom
call
in
them the
local
Genius
ecology.
Society.
She just wanted somewhere uninhabited to experiment with her
Spiral
life
system.
spiral system.
That kind of makes sense with her
Ruan Mei
burst animation
is certainly
too.
very talented, but she hardly interacts with anyone. She lives like a hermit. Pity.
Like, I remember that sounds great.
Anyway, what more needs to be said for someone smart enough to become Herda's research partner, Hurry up and head out! Huh? See if you can find her.
She's gotta be
I'm not sure,
in the
but
station?
she doesn't seem to get around much.
Hmm.
She spends most of her time between the master control zone and the railway platform. Maybe you can start your search there.
I will say, I was a little surprised because I thought we were going to the... You already know me. Okay. I thought we were going to Himeko's home planet. And then we ran into Argenti last patch, and then this is happening this patch. We've already seen a bunch of stuff on 2.0, which does make me wonder, are we going to 8 patches a, you know, version, like in Genshin, or is it going to be 1.6? Because it seems really early for 2.0 stuff, especially since the game's only been out for like 6 months. She's already here, yeah. Oh, it's the Herda surveillance team. Rich know it. It really makes me wonder how, like, the original translations are. Because now that I've been learning Japanese, like, I can read hiragana, katakana, and I'm learning a little bit of kanji. There's a lot of things that don't, especially in grammar, quite make a one-to-one translation. So it's just interesting to see, because I'm sure they have a great translation team. Most games do, actually. Most of, like, the big picture games nowadays. But it's interesting. Her personality is not great. If she's just quiet, I don't know if that's that crazy. Ulam seems pretty chill. And here we go. I wonder when we're gonna get a new weapon for the Trailblazer as well. I can't really imagine a... Oop, wrong button. I can't really imagine a reason why this one would give us fun. There is a new Echo of War, though. And that's kind of where we got the Lance against Cacolia, but that was also like the culmination of all the stuff
There's someone
on...
next to the railway platform.
What's it called? Urilo 6,
She
I believe.
be-
I have a feeling we're on the right track.
I'll check the data when I get
Let's see.
back.
That's a camera angle. Is she checking our pulse? She has really pretty eyes. In all these games, the eyes are really pretty, though.
Hello. I hope I didn't startle you. This is a work habit
Well-
of mine. Using touch to open my senses and letting the details of your biological existence flood into my brain helps
Oh,
me
okay.
understand your construction as a living organism,
The Trailblazer... Oh,
such as the basis of
Yeah.
deconstruction and
I just, like,
reconstruction.
tripped over my tongue.
Do not
The
be
Trailblazer is
concerned.
definitely not a
You
normal
are very
person.
healthy.
For whatever that
fact,
means in this universe.
Impeccably so. A
The
perfect
whole
experimental
Stellaron
specimen.
and whatnot.
I like perfect experimental specimens.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Was there actually? Or are we just being sarcastic again?
I expect the views here had me lost in thought.
Hmm.
I don't usually go in and out of the space station, and only discovered today that it was blessed with such calm, open views. It is a wonderful fit for the sweet fragrance of lotus leaves, plum blossoms, sticky rice, and frosting sugar.
I'm trying to think of like who she reminds me of in the other games. Because I don't think every character is going to be like that. But there's so many characters like Himeko and Luocha even. I didn't pull for Luocha because I hate auto. But like, there's so many characters that are like one-to-one comparisons, or like Serval de Xinyan, where they're very, very similar in terms of like motivations and personality types. But I'm just drawing a blank here.
Come here. Look. The blue planet is directly below us. It is so full of life. This dessert is very delicious. Here, take half.
Okay. Well, if she's sharing food with us, that's a great start.
Delicious desserts remind people of how flowers look when they bloom. Ingest this dessert one bite at a time, and the sweetness will linger in your mouth. I hope you like it too.
She does seem very soft-spoken, less like
So,
quiet in
what
the
do you
sense of,
think?
oh, she doesn't speak.
can
Like, I
certainly
think it almost
prepare
felt
more for
like
you.
when they
It
implied.
becomes somewhat of a tradition to bring strawberry pastries when I visit Stephen Lloyd. His attendance seems quite dependent on them.
I do wonder how many other members of the Genius Society will meet and will be
An
playable.
outstanding dessert.
Or could be
10
antagonists, you
grams
never
of
know.
cubed sugar, 1 dried and salt-preserved plum blossom. Baking and cooking are the same as nurturing a universe. The heat must be controlled, planning must be meticulous, and one must not panic, no matter what happens. Unfortunately, there are still too many people in the space station. The clamor is not fitting for desserts.
It's a space station,
By the way,
and you're in like the port.
do you remember what my research is about?
Yeah, I was about to say, I just remember it's something to do with life. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just been a long day already, but I just remember her mentioning about her going into the desert, walking away like blooming something, which is impressive. Not that life doesn't grow in the desert, we
My
have
research area is
cactus.
short stories about toilets.
We've even been giving Lumin and Ether dialogue more recently,
What's
even if it's a
going
line
on?
here and there.
What am I talking about?
I see. What a cute hobby.
I always forget how
But
tall Stell
remember,
is.
The next time
I've heard the
something like
reason they
this
did that was
happens,
just to
it's
make it
crucial
easier
to
with
mask your expression
Kalis,
until you've
a full
ascertained the
one-to-one
situation.
comparison. But it's
If not,
less like Aether and Lumine in
You'll
that
be full of weaknesses that others can
there
see
is
through.
literally no version of the other
Let's
one
try again.
in world.
Now, what else would you like to ask?
Did she feed us something weird? Hold on.
The dessert was tasty. I would like more.
Huh.
Why can't I say what I want to say?
Oh.
You have quite the appetite. All right, I'll give you the recipe.
I also wonder,
Come
will
and have a
Screwlum
walk
be
with me.
playable?
A stroll is the most
It seems a bit weird to have a
appropriate
random
post-dessert
person from the
activity.
Genius Society that we never met before be playable
As
for
the
him.
masses depart,
But that is far
there's
from
an
the first time they've
enveloping
done
calm
something
here.
like that.
Just like in the no man's land I've ventured to in the past.
Hmm.
Can you imagine a completely lifeless world?
Well, that's kind
From
of what
there, you can
not
glimpse the
completely
stars
lifeless,
that
but
lie at
what
the very edge of the horizon.
Eurilo was like.
Following its celestial trajectory, the
I was
great
surprised
teal
at how many
star
people
illuminates
disliked
an
Topaz
endless
after that
sea
quest.
of
I really
light
liked Topaz.
across both the sky
It
and
seemed like she was
land.
one of those people that was like,
My mother and I
she genuinely
navigated
thought it would
calm
help.
glaciers, looking for signs of life on that world.
And I don't
And
think another
encountered
agent
many
from,
bizarre phenomena.
what's it called, the
It was like
IPC
finding the single correct piece
would
in a
have let
mountain of
them get away with
jigsaw
what Topaz
pieces.
did.
The process was convoluted and unimaginably difficult. But it was touching and enthralling as well.
Mhm.
My apologies. It appears my words have left you perplexed. Please, don't be on edge. I bear no ill will. I haven't interfered with your linguistic faculties. Such an act would be impolite.
Minor adjustment.
I merely made a minor adjustment.
Oh no, did you
A few
hear about
days
how we
ago,
always
I made my
introduce
interest
ourselves
in
as
you
the
known to
galactic
Herta.
baseballer?
My intention is
Or
for
batter, I
you to serve as an
think.
assistant. Based on our interactions within the simulated universe, I firmly believe you fit the bill.
I'm excited.
Find extending trust
Swarm
beyond
Disaster was
myself
such a
is
fun game mode. It was
challenging.
frustrating.
A single
it was
error in
fun.
detailed research can generate issues.
You could kind of tell it was made though for like
I despise
the introduction of
matters that escape
Imbibert
my
or Lune
control.
and Fushuan. Because both were really
Therefore,
good.
I added anti-truth serum to this dessert.
Oh.
It will not harm you. However, you will be unable to say what you truly think when
Doesn't that
answering
defeat the
questions related
purpose?
to me.
An anti-truth
Treat
serum?
it as a layer of protection. This will shield my
Oh.
research and your personal safety. Once the problems have been dealt with, I'll give you the antidote.
That's
I
interesting.
can also reward you as compensation for being my assistant. I will fulfill your every wish.
Oh. So we can't say, like, what we want to. That's interesting. Fulfilling my extra wish, will you make it so that the next 5-star character I don't have to go to double soft pity?
Then I'll grant you even greater rewards.
I thought we couldn't say what we felt.
When I first arrived on the space station, I borrowed the phase flame from Herta. It's an
Circle.
invention of member number 29 Circle. I hope to be
I'll have to remember
enlightened
that
by
name.
other society members'
Because maybe they did just
results.
briefly mention Ruan Mei.
A surge of
I
creativity
can't remember them
led
doing
me to
that.
explore the cultivation of life on the space station. In my imagination, these life forms would be a new variety that are born as geniuses.
I think we have
I
heard
plan to
Lambda
name them
before.
after Lambda, member number 8
remember
of
that
the Genius
name.
Society. I don't know where it went wrong.
Oh.
They possess their own sentience, but are nowhere near geniuses. Moreover, my free-range approach seems to have backfired. In a lab leak incident a few days ago,
great.
some of these little life forms ran away and scattered all over the space station. I do not wish for Herta or Asta to be involved in this.
Their space station. What do you think
Therefore,
is gonna happen?
I'm hoping
What did you
can assist
release?
in recovering these little life forms.
Yeah, it's fine.
The researchers are still treating these entities as visitors. I
Oh.
want to steer clear of making my presence
Maybe they're not
known,
as violent
so
then.
as not to cause undue disturbances. I entrust this to you. Once the little life forms are collected, simply find a proper place for them. The researchers in the Department of Ecology should know about this and provide you with suitable advice.
Okay. Well, let's go find some researchers. I think I just went to the, wrong room. They've done really well with,
Places to be?
for example, like,
Your
outside of
best
Fushu on
guy.
healing herself, this team doesn't have healing. It, to me, does feel like there's a lot more accessible, I think they're anchors, is what they call them, than the statues of the 7 in Genshin. But that is also definitely because the open world in Genshin is much larger. Like, I was thinking about that the other day, and even just in terms of animations, in Genshin, I mean, they still have to have, like, basic attack, ultimates, right? But in Genshin, they do have to use things like, you know, flying animations, or gliding, falling animations. Stuff that doesn't really exist in Starro. It's definitely interesting to see.
What? A place where the space station stores dangerous experimental results? Why would anyone want to know that? Wait, did someone send you here to try to get things out of me? I'm
You look
not
so
doing
angry.
any private business on the space station. I have absolutely no knowledge of any special hiding
Yeah,
places.
that's not
And I
suspicious
certainly haven't sold any
at all.
junk rare treasures
Don't
or
worry,
discarded
researcher.
curios or anything like that.
I didn't even ask.
I'm not hiding anything at all. You're
Yeah.
the sneaky one.
You'd think at this
What
point
do
we
you want?
obviously don't have the reputation of the
I
Traveler,
won't talk to you if you don't tell
but
me
the
why you're
Herta space station alone, you would assume everyone kind of knows the Trailblazers, you know?
I'll solve the space station's problems. So, I really can't say anything about her.
Okay.
Oh, that. You've got pretty good
But they know
contacts
she's
if you know
on the
that
space
already.
station.
The space station is a
That's
mess.
so weird.
Everyone's already swamped as it is. And now out of nowhere, there's a bunch of little creatures popping up. If you want to solve the problem,
And
go
nobody
check out
made
the
any
storage
connection
zone.
that had
Then you'll
anything to
understand.
do with Ruan Mei, who just happened to show up. You know? Oh boy. I do wonder though, because I know there's another... Yeah, I assume this is the quest for the new simulated universe. But... I don't know. Where are we going? This way?
There's so many people. This seems to be the place.
Try to create life. What does that even mean? Oh, yeah, I'm an idiot. I was just thinking about that. This has to be where you get to the new Echo of War, and then this is the new simulated universe, because we need to get the new materials. I have no idea who I'm going to give it to first, just looking at the 2 new characters we've got now. Because, I mean, it's my favorite character or the new 5-star that we got that's probably pretty helpful for the new mode. Just because of what they did with Swarm Disaster, I would have to imagine that one or both of them will be really strong.
The path is clear. Let's get going.
I haven't seen that animation. I know Xueyi has mentioned that she's like a puppet body, right? You know, maybe we build her. I'm not sure what sets you would use on Xueyi. Because for Ruan Mei, I know you can always click recommended and it'll at least give you an idea of what set to use. Which does make a lot of sense in this case, but then they give you not the optimal piece. Like, this piece has double attack crit damage, but I don't know. I mean, with characters like Bronya and I would assume Ruan Mei, having really good crit stats is always nice, but at the end of the day, they're the support. Sometimes I'll just stack HP on them just so they don't die. But for Xueyi, I've been thinking about giving her the Quantum set, which looks like that's what they recommend. I don't think I'll use the Kingdom of Banditry for her on the second set. This is something I've thought a lot about. I've heard that there are some other sets other than... See, like, it ought to put a defense piece on her. But the Quantum set, I think, in general is nice. Especially since I think Xueyi will really shine in Mono Quantum. Of all of the, I don't know if you'd call them elements, but far and away, I think right now, the easiest one to solo is Quantum. Because you have Fushuan, you have Lynx, you have Silverwolf, you have a ton of DPS. Like, so many other types at this point, this early into the game's life cycle still, there aren't supportive options, you know? You think like healers, you have, what, Bailu, you have Luocha, there's no Ice Healer, there's no, well, there's Natasha. And ultimately, like, if you really want a team that doesn't die for anything, you bring Fushuan and any healer, and your team isn't dying unless you let the Matrix of Prescience drop.
Who's next?
I really like Xueyi, though. We'll see. Let's get through this Trailblaze quest, and then we'll take, like, a quick look at the simulated universe, and then we'll decide if we'll raise either of them with relics, because I definitely do not have the relic XP to even make a full 15 set. But I've been experimenting with different teams. I still use Raiden Eula and Genshin, but, like, my Hanya here doesn't have fully leveled artifacts. You can definitely make them work.
Ruan Mei is very picky when it comes to snacks. Do you know what her favorites are?
Yeah, are we even allowed to say? This seems like something she would like us to tell them.
I don't know about her, but I love
Great.
fermented herring.
That sounds terrible.
So, I really can't say anything about her.
That would be such a
Did I
weird
ask
thing if it
about your
existed in real
favorites?
life.
Also, that's disgusting. What's wrong with you?
It wasn't even us being the gremlin this time. It was this random researcher. Jeez.
Ruan Mei likes to listen to the space station radio during her research. Some of us younger researchers are her super fans. We're always scanning different frequencies to find out what her tastes are. Do you know her favorite tunes by any chance?
Did she tell us that? I wasn't even paying attention to her telling us about her favorite music.
No idea. I just listen to comedy skits.
It's so funny.
I really can't
Does
say
every
anything
researcher
about
just get
her.
offended because they're excited about this grand new Genius
As
Society
expected.
guest?
You look like you belong in a comedy skit yourself.
I like Stell. I don't think you need to be mean to Stell. So is this who we need to talk to?
Member 81 of the Genius Society. A resounding name in science and the veritable epitome of life form cultivation.
It's interesting to see how many people are like well known.
long.
Like Himeko was really well known
Once she arrived on the
when we brought her down to Yurilo,
took over everything. And
which is
what did
interesting
Madame
because
Herta
the
do?
entire place was covered
Absolutely
and
nothing.
like inaccessible for forever. But I mean, Herta's probably happy to not have to do anything. I don't know if it's just me, but like if I was over an entire research station and I had someone come by and they did everything for like a month or two, it'd be pretty great.
Never fear, the galactic baseballer is here.
This,
I
we just went
can't even say
entirely off topic there. He didn't say anything about that. Who have we not talked to? Oh,
Molten cheese
okay.
tart is the best. Its outlook is infectious. Its positive mood has influenced us all. What's our slogan again? 1. Stop complaining. Change your attitude and use the delicious molten cheese tart to stop the flow of negative energy.
At least they're passionate.
2. Energize yourself. Increase your capacity for action and walk on the path of a molten cheese tart's absolute conviction.
Our creed, molten cheese
Are they
tart is the
researchers or are they
best.
traveling salesmen? Who is Molten Cheese Tart? Yeah.
Oh, praise be. You don't know? Molten cheese tart is Madame
Oh, is it
Ruan Mei's
actually,
top
like-
fan? This is how it preaches.
Is it not a
Those
food?
who offer their love are expressing admiration and affection for Miss Ruan Mei. Oh, let me tell you something. Mr. Screwthum's followers are all very logical, but they're just awaiting the
Clinical
arrival of the
aristocracy.
mechanical
Well, Screwlum is. I know I
aristocracy.
keep mentioning him, but. Oh, they did
Since
mention him
you're
right there.
so interested, I'll tell you how to secure an audience with the honorable molten cheese tart.
Maybe the molten
You'll
cheese
need
tart
to
is one of the
work
things that
hard
got
to get
released.
there.
It would not be the first time
You
we've
need
seen
to
something
pass
that like
the hearts
affects people's
wherever
minds.
Madame Ruan Mei has been. If you're sincere enough, the honorable molten cheese
I wonder how long
tart
she's
will
actually
show
been here
itself.
in terms of like in game. Because it seems like she just arrived, but she'd also had enough time to really mess with things. So, where's Ruan Mei been? We're just gonna start graffitiing things. Target area in accordance with different requirements. Switch graffiti types. Spray button to spray graffiti. So, only 8 graffiti can exist simultaneously. We just... Are we supposed to... Oh. Great. Is that the cheese? What is that? Oh boy. So are we fighting it, or?
So is the little life form Ruan Mei made?
It's barking? Okay.
I am humbled to meet the molten cheese tart. What are you frozen in place for? Oh, you don't understand the honorable tart. That's okay. No worries for situations like this.
What do you even
We
say? Like,
specifically
actually, what
conducted
would you even say if you just showed up and this is staring at you?
Wakaka! I'm a genius among geniuses.
Well, you're humble. I wonder if that'd be what it's like to, like,
risky.
understand animals. You know? I don't know if you could call this thing...
Oh,
I don't know
molten
what you would
cheese
call
tart
this thing,
says
actually.
Madame Ruan Mei has finally
But-
recognized my ingenuity.
Jeez.
Molten Cheese Tart says, does Madame Ruan Mei recognize me as a masterpiece?
Well, hopefully we don't have to answer. Because with the anti-truth theorem,
Cheese Tart says,
we're lying either
Madame
way.
Ruan Mei still has not recognized me as a life form that passes
Oh,
the
good, it already knows.
requirements. I need to work harder. Oh, such an enthusiastic molten cheese tart.
and now it's purring.
There's a kind of attachment reserved for the creator. To the world, you are but one person. But to me, you are the entire world.
It really does
Oh,
make you
Madame
wonder,
Ruan
like,
Mei.
how many of the Genius Society have, like,
Hey,
full-on
you! Yes,
organizations.
you! Don't Don't you have anything you want
Because
to say
Herta
to
has the
Molten
space
Cheese
station, but
Tart?
Ruan Mei was apparently kind of
Should I please
solitary.
express how you would like to
And every time
follow
we've
Molten
seen
Cheese
Screw'em, he's
Tart?
been by
We
himself,
wouldn't want
but
to mistake you for an agent of gray
that doesn't
bean
mean much.
paste, would we?
What? So, I don't know if I'm just crazy too, because like it seems like it lets us say anything that doesn't relate to Ruan Mei, but then it's like sometimes we're just flat out lying.
You heartless dessert. I almost forgot. I can't say anything about Ruan Mei.
Man, I love the characters too that it feels like the voice actors just had a great time with.
The honorable molten cheese tart may have a
Gotta be so
crispy
fun.
exterior, but deep down inside, it's incredibly sensitive and delicate. It's working so hard just to get Madame Ruan Mei's attention. You see, the honorable molten cheese tart
Ashy
has always
paste.
been fighting against gray bean paste in terms of flavor. The honorable molten cheese tart is a firm believer that people's lives need to be optimistic.
Oh my gosh.
They both hope to receive Madame Ruan Mei's recognition and have been working so hard. You need to call it the honorable molten cheese tart.
Is this guy actually for real? Or do we just need to like
Genuinely
smack him upside the head until he's feeling better?
Molten cheese
It's
tart
so
for
hard to
multiple
tell.
Qualities. Why hasn't Madame Ruan Mei acknowledged it? It's clear that it yearns for her love. Love from the creator to her
Familial
creation.
love?
Familiar love? Doesn't sound right. Romantic love? Definitely not.
I mean, it's a food, isn't it?
I don't
I don't
know.
know if...
Expecting me to understand love is like asking me to map
Uh.
the farthest reaches of the universe. Remember, as long as love is your compass, you're on the right track. And in the wise words of the Honorable Molten Cheese Tart,
Oh. Wouldn't it be great if life was so simple that all you had to focus on was having a great time with the molten cheese tart?
That depends if the Honorable Tart agrees to it.
I just can't help but think too, because like the travelers are always generally,
Oh? The Honorable
you know, agreeable
Molten Cheese
people.
Tart
They're always
has
just running
agreed.
around helping people. That's why everyone kind of depicts them as being just tired all the time, right? I feel like the Trailblazer would actually just threaten someone. Oh, it depends on what the cheese tart says. Pull out the baseball bat and smack him upside the head. Is that a toilet bowl? It's extremely safe. Yeah, well... It's like saying, oh no, the toilet bowl just goes straight out to the sewers. It's extremely safe to shove something down it. Alright, where are we going? Don't want to fight you, don't hit me. Oh, it's shooting at me. I really like the way they did combat, but it's another thing too. They couldn't do this in another style of game. Yeah. Don't worry. It's totally not a toilet in the middle of an open room. Just going down. It'll be a great time. I never said you weren't qualified. I just said you needed to go down the toilet. I cannot imagine, like, whose idea was it to put that in the middle of an open room? Oh. Don't you love how she's just sitting here? Just being so helpful while we're running around the space station?
You're here. Herta called Screw'em and I to the space station to discuss some important topics. She also sent an invite to Steven, but he didn't reply, and
Well,
Herta didn't seem to want to wait any longer.
This might sound like a weird thing too, but growing up I'd always have read that as Stefan, and I knew a guy growing up that pronounced his name as Steven and it was spelled like that. That's crazy. Huh.
And now, I wish for you to attend this meeting with me. I don't want Herta to worry herself over these frivolous matters, even though she probably wouldn't care anyway.
I do not think Herta would
Just
care
in
in the
case,
slightest.
I want someone who will be on my side. In other words,
We've known you for 5 minutes. We've known Herta for most of their
It'll be
lifespan
easy.
at this point. What do you
just
mean?
remember, my secret stays with you. Don't pry too much, and keep your expressions in check. All right,
Okay.
let's go.
Is this the, oh. Never mind. Okay, Screwlum. We couldn't find Steven, and then there's Screwlum and Herta. Where's everybody else? Where's Ruan Mei? Is she just with us? Oh,
Hi, Ruan
okay.
Mei. I've been waiting for you.
That does make
Oh,
sense.
you're here too? Looks like you two have become quite friendly.
Can Herta tell that we're under an anti-truce theorem?
It's good to see you, madam. Affirmation. This reunion has happened earlier than my calculations predicted.
Though you weren't invited, I welcome you to remember this historical moment. How long has it been since 3 geniuses were in the same room together? And how long will we have to wait for it to happen again?
Oh.
Affirmative. Discounting our discussions on the simulated universe, our interactions are scarce. I look forward to the innovative ideas that may emerge from this juxtaposition of minds.
Neither of these seem in place at all, but sure. I don't know.
Let me get straight to the point.
It's just kind of funny because Lumine and Aether, I keep talking about it, are kind of like stereotypical heroes.
You wish to kick Steven out?
Oh.
No, of course not. Steven doesn't want to get involved
Okay.
and voted to abstain. Oh, whatever. Look, I respect the way people want to live, but he doesn't have a chance to be involved in this
The
decision-making
voice
anymore.
acting, man. Even just that little, oh, whatever.
Question. Are we introducing a 5th partner for the simulated universe?
Yes, a 5th genius.
Hmm.
The reason for our gathering is clear to everyone present. What else could prompt such a gathering of brilliant minds except for the answer? No one can refuse the secret of the
Does everything
eons.
have to be
Not
like
even
super
Xandar. We'll definitely
overly
get a response.
like I talk a lot, but do they have to
What if
do
the
this?
responder is Polka
You couldn't just
Kakamot?
tell us it's this person?
That'd be great! Hey, Lord of Silence, are you listening? I'm member number 83, Herta, and I want to meet you. I believe you and I will have a lot to talk about.
It's
Huh.
unlikely we'll hear from Polka Kakamond. She's been off the grid for quite some time.
I'm interested to see though,
Probability,
thinking about like
number
Herta,
64,
you know, where her real
Dr.
body might be.
Primitive, may appear.
I do wonder when we'll get more alters. Because Imbibed or Luna's the only one, right? But they've proven now that they'll do it. And there's so many alternate forms in HI3. Whereas there's none in Genshin,
The
right?
simulated universe remained scandal-free. What about you, Ching-Tu? Are you still in touch with her, Ruan Mei? Is she still
Eugene
alive?
too, huh? Is he still
We have
alive?
to leave if we are to discuss this topic. The process will be long and boring. There's no need to take up other people's time.
Makes you wonder like how many of these people are like
Of course.
long life
You brought her
species.
in, after all. It's up to you.
Because I think there's what? A voice line from Hanya that Foxians live like 300 years. We know
Alright,
most of the
let me help you
Xianzhou
out.
live for a long time, right?
And what the heck is this?
Oh yeah, that's what this is from.
Seems
This
like
is a great
programming
node.
error.
You get all the blessings from one path.
This fragment of Ruan Mei.
You know, I think I saw
Have
something
you
that
seen
that
it in the
was...
simulated
Yeah.
universe before?
Yes,
The
it's actually
simulated
great.
universe is my home.
So
I'm
helpful.
Speaking nonsense again.
It's probably an isolated glitch.
Fine. I'm used to turning
That's some
blind eye to
interesting
these
lore,
things.
though.
It makes life easier.
If that encounter
I
wasn't
am curious,
initially
though.
meant to be,
Are
because
you
it is kind of
gonna keep it,
overpowered.
Ruan
Like,
I probably will.
Huh.
Records indicate she likes this occurrence.
Mei?
yeah.
All right, I agree. As long as it helps you with your research, you can do whatever you want.
Come along. I'll see you out.
Okay. Overall, the character designs are just always so good in these games. Like, one thing I'd always point out is they...
Behavior is pretty characteristic of her.
I know one
after
thing people
all.
said was like that you can see and tell just from their outline of like their character art who it
Thankfully, It was
is.
just a minor scare.
Which people were saying, I've
Still,
never done anything with
meetings give
art,
me such a
but people
headache.
said was really important
It
there.
seems
And then
they'll
their
have to
color
stay
schemes
put
always
for a
look so
while.
nice.
I see that you've recovered the life form in the master control zone. Thank you.
But-
Well done.
I don't know. For the most part, too, designs always match weapons. I think it was good that they went with light cones in this game, though. Because aesthetically, it just makes sense. Then they can use whatever weapons they want. They're not pigeonholed into certain amounts. I mean, Genshin's giving people muskets now, right? And Mika has a crossbow. But that can't be, like, their main weapon. And then there are some weird weapons. Like, Yoimiya's signature weapon is, that purple bow, isn't it?
I was simply being overly cautious. It is a habit of mine.
Apologies, huh?
Apologies.
I'm so surprised Herta didn't
There
notice
are some
anything.
things that I must tell you now. If I wait for the meeting to finish, then it might be too late. The retrieval of my life forms isn't complete yet. There's more than just one, and some are stored in a sealed zone. Herta
Okay.
uses that place to welcome visitors from across the stars, or to welcome members of the Genius Society. However, due to the Legion's invasion, it is no longer open to the public. And now my headache is stored there. She gave me permission and said no more.
That does sound like
I'm
Herta.
giving you my access card. Give me your hand and I'll input your fingerprint into it. Stay vigilant, Assistant. Should you come across a threat you can't handle, just alert me.
Yeah,
I'll
I
come to
wonder
your
if,
aid no matter what.
so many of the Echoes of War,
Remember,
right, have like
there's a
Imbibitor
giant
Lune or
incubator
the
in
big
the middle of the
robot
zone.
fist, right?
That's where
That
my
help you during the
headache is
fight?
stored.
Are we gonna get something from
Once you're
Ruan Mei?
back, come find me on the railway platform. Then you'll understand everything.
That would be interesting. Leave the simulated... Oh, this counts as the simulated universe? I didn't even realize, honestly. Really nice place to have, like, your meetings. Who's gonna bother you?
What would a sealed zone...
Oh. I have a bad habit of doing that in Genshin. When they give you some dialogue in the open world and you just click the map and it cancels it. Hmm. I will say, I'm surprised it doesn't seem like there's an immediate character quest for Ruan Mei. They're usually there, and they're usually like 30 to 40 minutes, whereas in Genshin it's like 2 hours, if you read all the dialogue. Is that the Five Nights at Freddy's thing? What is that? He looks so horrified. There's the elevator, and it's gone. I didn't realize we were playing a horror game now. I think the only horror game I played on my channel is the Midnight Shift, and I screamed so loud I peaked my mic twice. Because horror games don't usually bother me, it's the jump scares that I'm just really not expecting that just scare the crud out of me. Alright, mysterious little robot. Is that it?
Buzz.
What's up with this unit?
Oh.
It looks...
Buzz. Madam Herta. High risk zone. Permission status. Madam Ruan Mei. Permission.
Okay.
Buzz. I am a twin of the
Oh,
rice frying
frying
robot.
Leftover rice?
rice
Imagine
frying robot.
being a robot, and your only purpose is not only to fry rice,
Job
but you're the
obtain or get
backup
rice.
leftover rice fryer.
Welcome.
Man.
Buzz. Visitor. How can I help?
Map?
Basement 1. Basement 2. Shuttle.
I'm skipping through a little bit of this
Danger.
dialogue just
Welcome.
because
Visitor.
it doesn't seem to be important.
Madam Alien. That is all.
He's an alien species, okay. It's so weird because so many of these characters look for the most part human and they're not. Like Fushuan outside of the I think it's called the Omnisia, she looks human for the most part, but we know she's been around for a good while, right? Jingliu looks fairly human, but we know she's been alive. Like all the members of that group, minus Bai Hung, who passed away, you know, are pretty old. Hey, look, a chest.
This suits my tastes.
I really like that idle animation. This is a cool place. I wonder, is this... Are we not? Okay, I was pushing the wrong one, I guess. Okay, so this is just a completely new map of the space station. That's interesting. They do seem to do that, though, a lot more than they do in Genshin. Where in Genshin it felt like we rarely got full-on extensions to a region, right? Like, we got an extra island in Inazuma that I can remember. I think the other ones were available when we went there. We got, like, the chasm. Have we gotten an extension of Mondstadt at any point? I guess with Sumeru, yeah. But it's usually, like, a big area, right? Whereas we keep getting, like, random little zones in, say, the Xianzhou. Well, the 3 places we can visit, right? Like, a couple big ones would be this one, but, like, or this was released last patch, right? And it didn't exist before. I think that's a really cool way to do it. Like, I do think some of these stylistic things couldn't be done in Genshin and back and forth, but the way they did it works really well for this game style. Like, I don't even think you could do it in a more live-action game setting.
The kindling for the phase flame is fascinating. Unfortunately, before the research could
Okay.
be completed, it vanished. I've initiated new attempts.
It vanished.
The growth status of the 2 samples this time is
And she just
promising.
didn't think any more on that?
Incorporated
Maybe he's
personal
gone?
taste preferences into the concept, but I'm uncertain about the outcome of such an action. They simultaneously possess 2 sets of emotional traits. They are at once cute, weak, sentimental, and sensitive. Yet are also fierce,
Well, the
instigating, demanding, and
cheese tart thing we meant earlier seemed pretty
interestingly, they also possess a kind
amicable, I guess. Is that a word? Amiable? I don't know.
their creator. It manifests as a natural, inherent emotion,
Oh.
similar to that of a baby towards its
See, that is more like familial love, and the one researcher said that couldn't
life
be it.
towards sustenance, or the peculiar bond between humans.
Huh? What's that sound out there?
Interesting. Did I... Is it this? Oh.
This is the headache Ruan Mei mentioned?
Don't say that. Haven't you ever seen, like,
just a
Monty
different
Python and the Holy Grail? One of the most dangerous things is a rabbit. Oh, it's ashy paste. It's a hermit crab? Oh.
I'm not one of Ruan Mei's recognized works.
They did mention that, like, the ashy gray thing was a lot, like, less optimistic, right?
Too much negative energy.
Aw.
Don't like negative energy. Ruan Mei.
Oh. This makes me feel like Ruan Mei might be a little bit more apathetic.
Why?
Oh my goodness.
A failure.
I'm right there with you, Ashy Gray.
What's that noise? Follow me. It'll be okay. I need to find a place for this little one. That sound seems to be from that locked room. How do I get in?
Okay, well, look, a chest. I really like just other quality of life changes. I know there's a percentile explored function in Genshin, but figuring out how many chests there are in an area is so nice. I don't have 100% exploration in any Genshin area, and I really don't envy the people that do that as like series for their channels, because it's gotta take forever. Because at some point I'd assume it'd be like, I always make comparisons, but it reminds me of when you were looking for the flying, what's it called? Esper, I think, in Final Fantasy VI, where you're just flying up the map and you take like, you make like a 2-degree angle and you just go up over and over and over till you find everything. Gotta be so hard. Oh. I'll be honest, I was not expecting that. It's the swarm disaster bugs. This is where things become a problem though when you're running Fushuan, is if she's not fast enough to go— oh, I'm on auto. If she's not fast enough to go first, your team can get pretty smacked down. But there's a lot of things I'm trying to figure out, like, I think Tingyun's generally pretty helpful most of the time. But if you can get away with using Hanya, I've thought about using Bronya instead for this team. Because if skill points aren't an issue— wasn't paying attention. Oops. If skill points aren't an issue for Jingliu, right? Because when she's in her extra phase, they aren't. You can get away with Bronya and Jingliu doing some crazy stuff. It's why the only character I wasn't able to get that I did want was actually Imbibitor Lune. But Imbibitor Lune is a bit of a problem with skill points. Same with Xingque, to be fair, but Xingque is also a lot easier to get. This is bringing back bad memories.
Welcome, customers.
I can never remember how many turns this lasts.
1,000 wonders to...
The one downside too is it's difficult to like get more than 3 procs of Jingliu's passive in a single rotation, just because of the way her passive works and how high her energy count is, which I'm sure was intentional, because she does a ridiculous amount of damage.
Give it up.
But
Recount.
it is definitely difficult. Because generally speaking, right, you E, go into phase, you hold your burst, but is this like... oh, I don't think we needed to burst. Okay. But she has a really high energy cost. It's part of the reason why I know Serval doesn't have a great kit, but because I don't like Sanpo because it reminds me too much of Tartaglia, one of the very, very few characters I actually don't like in these games. But, Kafka works really well with any dot, right? And Serval has such a low energy cost that she can just blast out bursts really often. I'm actually going to do this. I don't remember if... Fushuan isn't my fastest character, I don't think, but you definitely want her to have a good amount of speed. Because you're not going to use technique before every battle. And that is like the one way. Do I have to fight these things? Oh. You know what? Let's just skedaddle. Don't do that. Stop. Alright, what have we got?
Number 23 spent in the mechanical city showed me that even the longest of lives.
They're just dumping the names of these Genius Society members. And I wonder if we'll really meet all of them. Oh. So is Ruan Mei's like exploration of life trying to find some kind of immortality? Because that seems to be a very big part of some people's stories here. Just being long-lived in general.
Perhaps the question,
Number 1.
what is the essence of life?
Xandar.
Never had an answer. Number 1, Xandar. Have you ever felt this loss? Or resigned?
It's definitely interesting character building. I wonder, like... oh, hey.
You're here too? Seems like this is the
I do wonder...
one-way path.
You know, what her entire story is.
Are you telling me that...
Life is countless.
Because a lot of times, too, that kind of...
firmly believe in that.
makes characters more relatable or likable.
And I want to pluck the one that never wilts. The patterns of all things always have complicated and enchanting exteriors, while their inner essences remain simple and plain. If we were to trace things back to their roots, just one equation would be enough to solve the confusion of all life.
Okay.
Ever since I was a child, I have always delighted in observing aspects of microscopic creatures, such as the speed with which slime molds devour objects.
Oh.
I have also gazed far and wide across the macroscopic world, investigating the progress of the universe up to this day. It was all very simple.
Simple, huh?
I wish to discover the true essence of life.
I can imagine what the world would feel like if we knew of countless other worlds with life on it.
Of their existence, or an unknown entity beyond corporeal realms.
But if she really is like a long life species, then at some point you've had enough time to go over that, you know? Seems to be a common theme recently. I know that one anime, I think Frieren, really big right now. Kind of explores like a member of a hero party after everyone else has kind of passed on.
That would truly lie beyond my reach. And that
Is it the oh, when she says one life form that's truly beyond her reach, though, does she mean the whatchamacallit, the Stellaron? Hey,
Welcome, customers.
This really does remind me of. Oh my goodness! I need to get more HP to my Tingyun.
Divination, converge and awaken.
The Ten Lords' decree, hereby ordained.
I'll be honest, 90% of the time I just play on auto. But yeah, I don't know. These bugs are always just obnoxious. I've seen times where these don't seem to be super sturdy, but if you aren't careful, you can put yourself into a basically soft locked position. With Jingli's ult, it feels like a big way to go is to either do that right there and go for a quick technique, right? You just go for the early burst.
Nowhere to run.
Or you go for the triple state. I think in long boss fights the triple's better, but you never know. Let's maybe switch over to using Bronya.
All things shift in divination.
I think that Tingyun is another character. Like I was saying, I just feel like buffers and debuffers tend to have a much longer life cycle in this game. But try this for a little bit. I always forget to heal my characters. A lot of the time I do just run Fushuon and a healer, because nobody's gonna die, but I've realized that does make fights take a little bit longer. I had to break that habit for MOC. I finally cleared every floor completely, actually last cycle, and now they've added like a floor 11 and 12. And I got smacked. And it does kind of depend, I feel like, on your roster and what weaknesses the enemy have. Because I don't have like any imaginary damage because I didn't get Imbibed or Lune. I lost 50-50. So my only option is Welt. I don't have the best Welt damage, and I feel like he's not meant to be a main DPS to begin with. But I figure with these games, you should always pull in the characters you like, because eventually they'll make more characters that fit that that niche for everything.
Madam Ruan Mei has permissions.
You know?
Please submit your ID. Buzz.
Like there's usually something.
Buzz. Select from the below services. 1. Check historical incubation record.
Is this?
I thought of one life form that would truly lie beyond my reach. And that is
An Emanator.
An Emanator.
Okay, my guess was wrong.
I cannot comprehend what an Emanator is. Scholars view them as the executors of the Eon's power. So, when did it begin?
The Eons
And at what point did they become closer
almost
to the Eons
seem
than
like...
any other life form?
I don't know if Archons would be an apt comparison, but they're definitely not like benevolent beings all the time.
However, erudition isn't the only path in the universe. If we
Interesting.
logic aside, would there be more
We are not even on the
primitive
Pathberry
and pure
edition.
emanators on other paths? Of course there would be.
Maybe this is the story of how she became part of the Harmony Path? Who knows?
Beginning and end of the swarm disaster through the simulated universe. Obtain data on the Imperator and Sectorum and their descendants. Replicate them, nurture them, and create a brand new scientific discipline. It is a logical decision. I will certainly succeed. The entity that I reconstruct.
Part of the reason I thought she might be talking about like full-on Stellarons though was that she seemed really interested in Stell. And
Most likely not.
you know,
Therefore, before they realize what I am doing, I must hurry my work, as well as find a fitting assistant.
at least we're getting paid
Buzz,
to be an assistant, huh?
select from the below services. Permission granted.
That sounds coming from above.
Okay. Yes, yay.
Just as I thought.
Huh. I feel like you're probably supposed to fight all of these, but I don't really see a reason why why I would.
Having trigram on both ends.
Alright. Oh, who's that?
There's someone in the distance. Who is that?
Oh, it's Dr. Ratio, isn't it? Is he wearing a mask?
Here, a genius move. And how will you counter it? Only an idiot would ask such a question.
Oh, are they puppets too?
Just move this here. You look distressed. Something the matter? If that's the case, you better get thinking.
Okay.
Are you waiting for a sign? Time is ticking. Descend via
What
the
about-
elevator.
You're gonna be mean to me? Tell me to send the elevator? I'm skipping your dialogue.
Have you considered whether the answer to your question will... If a question is of no help, then... Never mind. Allow me to clarify something. I
don't
know
like you.
exactly who you are. And I'm aware you are in Ruan Mei's employ. This was not my intended destination. I just
Oh, is this
happened to find
Steven?
my way
Is
here
Dr.
during my
Ratio's
visit
real
and
name
saw what
Steven?
she was up to. My goals
That would explain
are
a lot.
roughly aligned with yours. Since you're here, I won't intercede. But should you fail, I will be forced to prevent some avoidable misfortunes. That's all you need to know.
Two
Just
paragraphs.
2 paragraphs.
I disagree. I don't like.
I can't
Sure.
stand discourtesy, even when it comes from myself. The real Ruan Mei's creation is hidden in the giant incubator below us. Go. Take the elevator and bear witness to the...
Okay. Well, as with most characters, I'm sure we'll get some sort of backstory for him, especially since his banner's the second half of this patch. Wouldn't make sense that the first half doesn't really focus on him. I actually really like that they add in a full-on second story quest a lot of time on the second banner, because it gives more longevity to the patch, especially for streaming, because with Genshin and maybe Stario, but mostly Genshin, a lot of times if I'm going to stream something on that game, it's like the day the patch comes out, and then I'm kind of sitting there like, what do I do now? You know? I'm probably not going to stream me farming artifacts or stuff like that. It's part of what the reason why I like roguelikes so much is there's just so much replayability and you can just play it whenever. Like, I've really been enjoying playing Hades again. I hope Hades 2 is going to be a good game. I've heard they're switching out at least, like, Apollo's going to be in that game. I think it's a female protagonist. I don't know if she's related to Zagreus in Hades, but... Anyway. Is that funny? I guess the Swarm Disaster units do kind of look like bees. This like horror background lighting is crazy. Oh. You know, if I'd known... I mean, I had a guess. Maybe I should have brought a healer. Dark Crystal Storm. Oh, yeah. So I know the reason people say that Fushuan doesn't work well with Jingliu is specifically because of the health drain effect. But realistically speaking, I just feel like when you have Fushuan, it's so unlikely that a unit dies unless it's a really long fight. I think this rotation we just have a basic attack. But Bronyo from the very start was one of my strongest buffers. I got so lucky. Because in Genshin, I got an early weapon as well, actually. But it was the like, gold and light blue series weapon. And it was not helpful to me at the time. I think I was using Lisa for a little bit at the start. But I got Bronyo or Light Cone like immediately and it worked really well. I actually ended up getting Clara's Light Cone later. I don't use Clara as often. She's a really strong unit, I just don't use her as much.
All will be revealed.
But the story version of the Echo of War is usually a lot easier than just straight up doing the highest difficulty. So I do wonder how hard it's going to be. Because like the Phantilia fight, I did not feel like I was ever in danger during the story. But if I run into that fight even now without enough AoE, it's a bad time.
Lend me your strength. Ready for time.
Yeah, like you can see from HP, even if they're getting hit, like the chances of any of them dying, unless there's a big attack that hits, is just so unlikely. I would always bring a healer though in like Simulated Universe or something similar.
Lend me your strength.
And this is a good example. I don't know if there's a better option to Bronyo or Jingliu, and in terms of getting that state over and over. I should have actually used Burst first.
All will be revealed.
I don't feel like there's any super complicated mechanics in Starro, but a big thing is making sure, unless you're using like there's one Hunt Light Cone, I think it's the one I use in Sela, where your burst or skill does more damage if you're at max energy. That I do think it's important to use your burst second sometimes, but with Jingliu, who already has such bad, I mean it's 140 energy, you know?
This is serious. I shall be the judge. By the will of the ten.
I've been a big fan of Hanya. I think that Hanya is surprisingly powerful.
Ready for death.
I think that she will, like in terms of fall off and over time, if they do add more characters that have that same ability to continually regenerate more skill points, maybe then. But for now, I think she's powerful. And Team Unimi just reminds me of Bennett. Oh. Well, that might have been the attack that really hurt. My Hanya also does not have very much HP. Oh boy.
Quick divination.
Might be eating my words here in a sec. But I do really appreciate how Hanya can pretty much always use her skill on rotation because of what her skill does. It releases the storm every time it gets attacked. Oh, okay. Well, I can't control whether or not it's getting attacked. Do I need to refresh? No, I do. And ultimately, even if the rest of my team goes down, as long as I'm reasonably close to a, like the ending of the fight, you can definitely get away with a lot of stuff because of Fushuan's passive. Like, it does seem like they paid a lot of attention to, like, her energy cost is 135. It does seem like they did pay a lot of attention to those values. Actually, burst first.
In lunar flame.
Because it's not like Fushuan's literally immortal, even if you give her high energy regeneration. But even when she's by herself, she can last a long time because of her healing. Pretty nuts. Did it die? Oh. Huh. These cutscenes are just visually so cool, too. Look at that.
After 56 seconds, the creature was unable to sustain its own existence.
You didn't feel like helping?
Vanished as if it had never been born. The threat is over. Time to get going.
Huh. Cleaning and progress.
Is it over? I need to get some answers out of Ruan Mei.
Okay, before that though, is this where the... Maybe it's not available until the quest has been completed. Because before we get into the, whatchamacallit, Golden Gears today, I do want to do that Echo of War and then level up our Xueyi or Ruan Mei a little bit more. At least see if we can't get enough to get their, like, signature traces. Would be nice.
The meeting of geniuses is over. As for the future of the simulated universe, that conclusion isn't
We
important.
spend so much time every week in the SU.
Is your task.
Kind of important.
You look upset, correct? I regret my actions. There's no defending what I've done. Time and again, my experiments have fallen short, and they've always yielded predictable results.
So was she trying to mess around with, like, the path of propagation?
I made a clone, but it
I didn't quite understand that,
hold a
but
candle to the emanator.
I've also not been paying attention too much. It died on its own shore. We brought it to 1% health,
Exactly as predicted.
including the 2 phases of the 200% pad.
On the dot.
But then it killed itself. Don't worry,
Restrained
it
by
died.
time and
You know,
place,
wasn't
its
us.
code of life could only be considered an incomplete attempt. I managed to replicate the moment it was born. However, it would soon disappear and be reduced to particles. Like every living being, it inevitably faced its demise as it journeyed towards the end. I find no fault in that. However, even the briefest life should have meaning. I want to know the limits of its capacity. It will indicate how far I've gone in a field completely incomprehensible to me. And it was a minuscule step, just as I had predicted.
Are we still under the anti-truth serum?
I did say that if a danger proved too great for you, I would personally step in to confront it. I must admit,
Right.
I'm not fond of scenarios where everything aligns perfectly with my expectations. An experiment should have its unforeseen twists. That's where the joy
I guess that's what
lies.
makes it interesting.
Even the
The
most
point of an
predictable
experiment, you know?
storylines can have their pleasant surprises. I have to admit that these little ones born in the process sometimes move me.
They spent their entire lives trying to get your
I see a
approval.
human-like response in them. It is a concept completely opposite to that of divinity. They have
I still don't know what this is meant to be. This is obviously just like a cat
emotions may
inside a
be either
pillow.
positive or negative.
Is it just a bag of
However,
food?
The love rooted in the depths of their heart is eternal and unchanging. They're still a long way from becoming geniuses, and are therefore unable to discern whether this love is one of friendship, romance, or familial love. That being said, can even geniuses tell the difference? I cannot, at least. I do not understand what love is, and cannot respond to their feelings.
It's such
I
a little
believe my
thing, but
actions were wrong.
all the things that she talks about, it makes it so hard for me to
There's
tell, like,
no
how
need to
old
tell
is
me your
Ruan Mei
answer,
supposed
I
to be?
just
She
felt
seems
like
like someone who's
asking
been
a
searching for
question.
these answers for so
How
long.
should I take care of them? Perhaps leaving them at the space station is the best choice.
Just leave
Do I
it.
seem
Make it Herta's
irresponsible?
problem. It's fine.
I'm sorry. I am often at a loss as to how to face my own creations. The effects of the anti-truth serum will also wear off.
You said you were going to
others
give us the
mention me to you in
antidote.
the future,
You lied.
You can answer however you like. Or even pretend you never knew me. After all, your memory of me will soon dissipate like smoke.
Oh? Except I currently have the ability to use you as a character. So,
Over time, hidden
you know.
truths tend to surface. Past traumas, which I'd rather leave behind, have made me skeptical about trusting anyone but myself. If I do not want a secret revealed, the most foolproof way is to destroy it. The anti-truth serum will make you forget the brief period we spent together. It won't take effect immediately. It is a slow, intangible process, like the sweet fragrance of lotus leaves, plum blossom, sticky rice, and frosting sugar. Perhaps you'll remember someone performed selfish experiments on the space station, but you will no longer remember their identity.
See,
Perhaps
like,
we'll meet
this
again
won't apply
someday,
though, I'd
but
assume, to like Herta,
you won't be able
maybe
to connect me with the
Asta,
recollection.
Grulum, so
That way, the connection between life forms will
that'll be
erased.
interesting.
Friendships, secrets, grudges, lies. All will disappear. It will make our lives more relaxing. I believe you. Screwlum will stay on the space station for a while longer. He and Herta still have problems they need to solve. As for me, I'm leaving soon.
Hey,
and
so I
won't
brought a
bother
bunch
with
of like
replies.
rambunctious life forms to
You
your
still
space
remember the
station.
no man's land
Then I made the
mentioned?
Trailblazer take care of it.
I'm
I'm just
considering
gonna
a
leave
solo
now.
trip back
Have
there
fun
during
with my
my research
creations.
downtime, just to see how things are.
No man's land,
I
huh?
miss member number 55 reaching to sometimes. She used to always make something delicious for me to drink every time we parted ways.
See, this is what I always wondered about the Genius
I
side.
hope
If
I
one
won't
passes
meet
on,
member
you know,
number 4 Pokakakamon.
do they still hold that number?
That would be
And
a
is that why
grudge
there's so many
troublesome.
members? Herta's like 83?
Who knows when the next gathering of
Or will there
geniuses
always
will
be up to that number?
Do you have anything else you want to say to me?
Because, like, the only other example we really have is the Harbingers in Genshin, and as far as we know, they haven't changed the rank of anyone. I mean, according to, like, the lore after the events of Sumeru, the 6th slot of the Harbingers was basically always empty, right?
I find that difficult to answer. I thank you, Miss Assistant. If fate allows and you're interested, upon our next meeting, we could journey to No Man's Land and traverse its tranquil glaciers. Though I suppose it wouldn't be No Man's Land anymore. What a conundrum.
Oh. Like, I'm leaving. I'm going to get milk, stay on the space station. I like that. Now she can come to the space station. Oh! There's more? There's an entire other part to the, I wonder if this is just, because it said complete. Do we have an entire another quest? That'd be nuts. Was not expecting that.
One's hexachromatic position is always in flux. Planning is paramount.
I left it in the space station. It was 2 seconds ago. Okay? And apparently we taught them to master humility and have a positive outlook in that 2 seconds. We're experts. Maybe eventually. I wonder if she was actually telling the truth, though, about us eventually forgetting her because of the anti-truth serum. Because she also told us she'd give us an antidote that didn't exist, so... who knows? Hey, a new sticker. I help with something. Just feign ignorance. Oh, really? Okay, so it's another quest too. There's a lot more to do on this patch than I was expecting. Anyway, look at this real quick. I want to check if the... where is it? Echo of War is available. It is. Let's go do this 3 times. Let's look at our characters, because then we might actually mess around with using our new characters. I never remember how many you get of each material, if it's even like a static number. I will also say, I didn't do like the math on anything on how it'll match up to dailies plus weeklies, because they're still the same weekly limit, but I actually really like this change in particular, because it's just so obnoxious. Like, because you don't get on always at the exact same time every day. So sometimes you just end up at a point where you can't do the daily mission. And they do usually give you enough XP a week to overcap on it, but sometimes it's like, I don't have a reason to do Stagnant Shadow right now. So, I don't know. They do, I mean, give you plenty of time to overcap on that. I am, however, thinking about changing my team up here for this. This team worked fine. It's just if it actually is a 3-phase Echo of War, I think there's a good chance that someone just dies. Because Hanya came very close to dying. I just don't know if I want to replace my... I want to replace Hanya or Bronya here. Because with Bronya's signature light cone, once per turn, she can get an extra point with burst, but Hanya's just printing, you know? Skill points. It's probably Hanya. Although Bronya also has, or I don't know, I think these two just work so well together, and like I was saying, if I bring a healer in Fushu on, unless someone actually gets one-shot through the Matrix, which shouldn't happen, oh, it is just 2 phases. No one's gonna die.
Our fortune is clouded. Converge and awaken.
The big downside here is, I've noticed this in first rotation especially, if you aren't using technique, you have to use a point on this, and so you end up not getting to do that quick first full combo. But if you use Jingliu technique and attack, she does start with an extra point, so it doesn't matter as much. There's so many like little intricacies to cycles and games, and it's part of the reason why I actually really like techniques that don't require you to use them to start the encounter. Which Xueyi actually does have, but...
We've entered the storm.
And a lot of characters do. But things like Bronya, that's just a buff, or Tingyun I think literally just gives herself energy. It's still nice. And I'm a bit stingy with my technique points just because even though there's the little purple things all around,
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
I always have that like too good to use thing. Like in SU I only use them against elites and the boss, when in reality a lot of times you get enough that you could be more reckless with it. But I'll be honest, I did not mean to get Huahua here. It was just that, like I was mentioning previous banner that I had pulled on, I had such a hard time getting a single copy of Vinifen that, to be honest, I probably should have just waited.
Nowhere to run.
But kind of ended up in that awkward spot where I had like no pity and I knew Hanya and Xueyi were coming up. And I didn't know Xueyi was going to be on the second banner or first banner. You know, she'd be on Ruan Mei's banner. So I just kind of ended up in this really awkward spot where I wanted to go to pity. And I was actually hoping I'd lose that 50-50. But overall, Huahua is still a really nice character. Very helpful. I just think that between Fuishuan and just the current state of the game, having a 5-star healer just doesn't seem to be the most important thing to me.
It came together.
Like, Lynx is very powerful. Natasha isn't like the strongest character, but she does her job. But the energy regain here is really nice. It's another thing, people have done like the full-on math, right, on what cycle she can increase. And I've looked into it a bit, I just don't really mind, because I just don't think the majority of the game's content requires you to completely min-max that. But anybody cycle that you can speed up, and even characters with low energy costs like Serval, Clara, you know, Topaz, you can really get to the point where you're spamming their ults. And I'm just going to go ahead and burst on cooldown with Jingliu. I don't think this fight's going to take that long.
Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm.
I know auto battle, anything that's not a healer burst, or not even just a healer burst, is specifically dedicated to healing. They pretty much use on cooldown. But there's also some weird stuff like buffers, like Bronya in particular, or Tingyun. I don't know if they just go for the highest attack unit or what the algorithm is. But sometimes you watch auto battle and it just does not make any sense. This was the attack that made me feel like I should bring a healer. I'm curious. I was not going to heal with Waha until the last second because I want to see. But see, that was another dangerous part. Losing control of your characters is always a bit sketchy.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
I don't know. I think it'd be fine, like 9 times out of 10.
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Yeah, ordinarily this is something that I just do my grinding off stream, but I really want to... I don't know, like I was saying, that's going to be a whole other second Trailblaze quest, which could take a hot second. But I really want to use our new characters. And I could just use them anyways, but they're going to be so much weaker without their, you know, the big trace nodes. Oh. That was close. Yeah, you know, probably the safest thing to do is bring a healer. Look at how much she heals.
I'll crush them all.
Like, people are already joking about power creep already being in the game. Like, you compare the healing of, like, Natasha to the healing of... Well, and it's kind of... Well...
There's always a weakness. Lend me your strength.
And skill points don't seem to be a huge issue because we're just having our healer basic attack every single time. Fushuan always basic attacks if she doesn't need to refresh the matrix, so... Not a huge issue.
Lend me your strength.
But yeah, this combo is really good. The Zila Bronya combo is also really good. Just any character that is very turn and skill point hungry, as long as you can get around Bronya needing to also consume skill points, it works really well. And that's why I think Jingliu works so well, is because in this state she doesn't use skill points. Pretty nuts. I'm even getting some of these. Are you at 3? Okay. Well, here we go. Round 2.
Our fortune's clouds gather as one. All things human.
Looking at how much damage that phase 2 did, though, I think I'll still just be using Fushuan's ability on cooldown. I do think I'll be using ult for that quick 2-piece here. Like, I could wait an extra turn, but then we run into that same issue with Bronya, where then I didn't have enough skill points to use skill again anyways, whereas here it doesn't matter. But I'm far from the most efficient or the most creative one of these games. I really enjoyed Baldur's Gate. That game's been a huge success. It's super fun to play. I didn't play it early days, but I did have, just through friends who look for games all the time. We played it in the open beta. See, we're in that point still. Got some funny stories there, like my vendetta with Gale. Because Gale in his original, like, currently, right, when you first meet him, it seems like you can tell he's a good guy, like, oh, please, I need help, get me out of this portal. In the beta version that we played, Gale just jumps out of that portal, you know, and I thought he was a bad guy. And I was playing with some friends and I killed him. And then I got into trouble. And this led to this long-standing issue between me and Gale.
I see through you.
Good old Gale. But that game's so fun. I just don't have the creativity. Like, I've seen what people do to win, like, honor mode and such, and I've beaten the game on the normal mode and then the, obviously, like, the story mode. But, I don't know, that game's hard. On Tactician, it takes a long time, and I just tried in honor mode. That was not a very long-lived run. But it's one of those games that I could see myself... I didn't mean to put that first. It's fine.
All will be revealed.
It's one of those games, though, that would be fun to stream, but it's just something that it's such a time commitment. Like, even if you're not exploring, like, everything possible, it takes so long. So here it's saying it'll release a swarm every time you attack it. I just don't think it's enough of a problem to... I should have bursted first to get some energy back. I just don't think it seems like it's enough of an issue. Like, this is a perfect example where if I was not running a Fushuan team, this would be dangerous. But because I'm running a Fushuan team, it's not at all.
These are devils. I'll crush them all.
I don't know, like I really haven't been paying attention to what characters' constellations do, but I do wonder what she does at a higher level.
Ready for death.
It's one of those things where the constellations almost always have at least one or two where they give skill level and ult level. But beyond that, what could they possibly do, you know?
Stay put.
Just dispel that debuff. I will say the one thing about Huahua that would have been nice is having debuff dispel on her ult. That's part of the reason why people were, from the very beginning of Lynx's release, saying that she was going to be so much better than Natasha. Is Natasha has to actively skill to debuff dispel. And I don't have Luocha, and I don't remember what exactly he does, but I don't know. I just... I don't even think he seems like an antagonist in this game in particular. They just get auto, man, like... I think I could see how this boss could one-shot Fushu, and the issue is, like... She's never gonna die if she's, like... Like, all you do on Fushuan really is stack HP and effect res. Like, my Fushuan almost never gets statused because you stack effect res as well. The only way she dies, really, in this fight is if she goes right above half HP so she doesn't trigger her talent, and then she gets smacked. And even then, I mean, I don't know if that'd be enough.
A quick divination.
Oh. Did a good chunk of damage.
You'll pay for this.
Let's do a skill point generation here.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it, but Baronia's Light Cone just giving you a extra skill point every
All things in
once a turn when she ults is super helpful. Just for rotations, because it's just nice.
I'll crush them all.
I really like the last patch story though with Huahua and you know Xueyi. It was nice, but I don't know. There's so many things like this. See, nobody is gonna die.
Lend me your strength.
And imagine how scary it would be if I had her signature light cone and like if you had C6. It'd almost be like the people when Zhongli first came out and you'd see all the videos of people literally just walking through the game. They're like, I'm immortal.
Blade fodder.
Especially since C6 Zhongli also heals. Which is hilarious because I don't know, in Genshin, just because I hate having to pop Zhongli shield every single time I'm getting attacked, I usually just run a healer in the overworld. I've been using Karina more because there's still a few small things that Kokomi can do over Farina, but yeah, that's one that was... There were jokes around that for a reason, but Farina's really powerful. Alright, one more time. This is taking a hot second, but it's Echo of War. It's meant to be like the weekly enemy.
Fortune's clouds gather as one. All things human creations.
I think part of it too is I have the Herta light cone on Fushuan, and I believe that's what's giving her a shield. I just don't even think about it most of the time because it's so hard to kill her. The only time I've seen Fushuan get one shot through everything is in Swarm Disaster, because that final boss, if you get caught at a bad time, right, where they do that, I can't remember what it's called, but the one where like it gets real big, all the dust climbs around it, smacks you real hard. If you get caught in that at a really bad time, it can just one-shot your entire team. Put the little bugs between, and there's 2 of the big ones, but if there's 3 little bugs out, it plus like the scaling damage in that fight, I have seen that just one-shot. But it's so unlikely. As long as you bring an adequate amount of AoE. Which at the time was a problem for me, because I was using Zeal as my main DPS at the time.
Tedious.
I'm trying to think about like what all characters I've used a lot of. I did use Kafka for a while. Because it's Kafka. I think she's still a good character. But part of the issue with her, I think, is that she enables dots. So she made characters that were not, like, used at all. Like, even, like, Serval, but I know Luca's with the bleed, right? Sanpo. he made those characters viable. So I can only imagine how strong she's going to be if they add like a 5-star super powerful dot enabler. Pair that with Kafka and it's going to be nuts. Because she is pretty good right now, and that's without anyone else can enable. But to be fair, characters like Zila, Jingliu, Topaz, that if you get a good enough build on, just kill everyone anyways. It doesn't matter as much.
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
I do wonder if you'd need to be more careful without, you know, a zombie comp like this around this whole spawning enemies.
Stay put.
Let's heal, actually. Like, I'm wondering if I even needed to bring Huahua. Because I've had her heal maybe once per fight. But the snowball effect of having any characters go down does hurt. Like, you have one go down and then you lose so much. You're losing not just that character, but that's one less target for the enemy to disperse damage on. That's also, you know...
Lend me your strength.
Like, it does snowball.
We've entered the storm.
Real fast.
To guard and defend. Crush them.
I don't even think my Jingliu build's very good. I think almost all my crit characters in this game right now have pretty high crit rate, but their crit damage is not very high, so it's not really worth it. And then my Zila is just like 2070 or something like that. My Zila has not got a good build. But sometimes it just takes forever. Like my Yaimiko in Genshin has such a good build and I barely farm for it.
Tedious.
But on the other hand, I've spent so long farming for good Yelan artifacts that I kind of gave up. Because I was also farming that domain for Eula artifacts. And my Eula could use some better artifacts too, but it just... There's no guarantee. Even if you get all the correct substats and main stat in these games, like... I don't know.
This battle is...
But I do really like how they made it so you can... Like, it feels like instead of doing the artifact strongbox, which doesn't usually apply to the newest domains, this game lets you just craft them, and then they let you at least craft and focus on your main stat. But it's the same thing people said, is you only get like 1 or 2 of those a patch most of the time. The, I don't really know how to describe it. It looks like a little trumpet or something. You can guarantee you get the main stat of your thing, but sometimes the substats are all so bad that it's not a usable piece anyways, which is pretty unfortunate. This is the weird thing about Huahua too, is I feel like maybe I should be putting... I think Fushuan's fine on the end. But she heals the 2 adjacent units. So here, if I want to remove this debuff off Bronya, which I do, I can't also heal Fushuan. But I really like to. Jingliu, the fact that you can do it at no points and extend that turn is also very powerful.
Together.
Do I need to... Yeah. I really like the way they did the flashing at the bottom of the screen as well. For when the matrix is about to expire, because I'm really bad at looking at the debuffs and knowing. And that'll do it. That's 3 for 3. I actually do think this fight is easier than Phantilia. But I could also see how a one-shot would be possible. Phantilia is just so annoying because of the skill point drain. Anyway, let's go over here and let's grab their... Big... Oh. No, okay.
I shall carry out the decree of the 10 Lords.
Where is... I completely forgot that those 4-star characters don't have the 3 you need. 5 energy at the start of a turn. Huh. Yeah, I feel like this character, you literally just spam that. How much energy does her ult cost? I don't see. Speed's always helpful. Break effect just seems like a no-brainer. Speed's always nice. I feel like, honestly, I like having my healers be slow anyways. Just because then, like, I saw this exact thing in Across the Obelisk, actually, funnily enough, where if the healer's going too fast...
I shall carry out the decree.
Oh wait, no, it just bottom here. Never mind. But if the healer moves too fast, it's not like you can make use of it anyways. They gave her a lot of break effect. That's interesting. I can understand exactly why they give so much break effect to Ruan Mei. And I do know that, you know, her ult obviously bypasses break effect with Xueyi here. But it does seem a bit odd. Like, it does not seem like it'd be nearly that same... like, in demand. We'll see. How much XP did I get off of that, actually? 1 level. That's fine. We'll get some off the battle pass. So what I think we're going to do here is equip this one, and then switch to this one. That way it just actually puts a light cone on Jingliu. That always annoys me. It's kind of funny, too, how in this game it just gives you a, like, it lets you just run without a light cone. Whereas in Genshin, it still forces you to use a great weapon. Let me see, so... we didn't look at her relics at all. If we're being honest, I probably should be looking more at Ruan Mei than Xueyi, but I want to run Mono Quantum here for the next little bit. I think that would be fun. So we have 3 of these. So we're sitting at all 6s and 7s. Ruan Mei. I mean, defense is nice. I have found that with supports that don't need, like Bronya, for example, stats don't really affect what she does in almost every way. So you can just make her really tanky. My Bronya is less tanky than she used to be. She used to have about like 6,500 HP. She was unkillable. But then I realized when she's not using skill, even though she's still alive, she needs to do something. Let's see, so real quick. Is it... oh, okay. Let's run Mono Quantum. I don't know if I have a Mono Quantum team built. This was just a random team I was testing out Topaz on. Obviously not the best. This was Hyper Carry Jingliu when I didn't have Fushu on. This was double Electric Dots. I don't have Mono Quantum built. Okay. So obviously this... I really think I could get away without using a healer, if we're being honest, but... it's Silver Wolf and Lynx. My Lynx isn't even fully built, and neither is my Silver Wolf. And they've been... oh, I didn't switch to that team. They've been around for a while. Alright, let's see. So, relics. I do not know what subset I'll use. I just... the issue with this one that I feel like is I'm probably not going to give her that much speed. Because to reach 145, she's probably going to need... you know, a speed dedicated... I can't remember which piece it is. Oh, it's this one. A dedicated speed artifact. And even then, I think you need some substats to reach that high. So I'm wondering if for now, until I can get some better pieces, I should try something else. That's another speed piece. Effect res. Crit rate. Energy regen. I can never remember what all these pieces do. Let's see. Being honest, this is still probably the best set. Attack percent increase. What we might end up doing is just keeping the Tale Kingdom of Banditry, and we just might not reach 145 speed. Do I have another quantum damage boost? I have looked up, and people... again, I mean, I keep talking about the math behind these games, but it's important. People have pointed out that, like, it's still good to have... like the elemental damage type boost, same as in Genshin, because it's a completely different multiplier. But I obviously don't want a defense piece. Do I have an attack percent piece that is like double crit rate and break percent? I probably don't. I do not. Do I have an attack percent piece with speed? I don't think there was another piece here. Okay. Then I might go with this piece. Current stats, 1300 attack. That is not much. What a piece does it give? This was a piece I was looking at. It was speed double crit. That's honestly fine. Now we filter here. I don't have great artifacts. Attack percent effect. Because Because ideally, I think here what we do is honestly double crit speed. But that might be hard to find. Maybe this one. As long as it doesn't roll into flat percent or another defensive stat. Crit rate. She's not going to have high attack comparatively because she's already a 4-star character. And I'm using a speed and a crit rate piece right now. But I actually don't think that's a terrible suggestion. Do I have a better speed piece? Neither of those is great. Let's see. Then by comparison, Ruan Mei just wants break percent on everything. So we go to... I mean, it's just nice to finally, even if it doesn't end up being this in the long run, having a character that actually uses break percent is quite nice. Thief of Shooting Meteor, because before this set, just, that would be really good if it rolled in a break percent, or break effect. It does still have the same issue as Genshin, where a lot of pieces, though, you just kind of have to level the floor and see what it gets. And it's just oftentimes not what you need. I think this piece is a safe piece to start out with. That's actually not a bad piece. That's pretty bad. Do I not have a break percent? I would assume the game knows. I really don't know how its auto choice goes, because it chooses the correct set a lot of the time, genuinely. But then it just picks the worst possible piece. Do her stats reflect her attack at all? Increases speed, 9.2%. All allies damage increases by a flat percent. I don't think her supportive abilities actually matter outside of break percent. So to be honest, I could just give her some tank stats, but... What I should have done is, before I pulled this stream, I should have just found the correct pieces and then leveled them up to like +4, but I didn't think to do that. It's been a while. Crit damage is nice, I just... Can the chest piece even have break percent specifically? I honestly don't even remember. So we go to this. Do I have a... I have one. It cannot. That's important to know. Because I honestly did not remember. Such a bad piece. I don't know why I'd choose that. I just don't think you can get away with not having break percent on every piece here. With the way she works. So we have these 2 crit pieces. That's 3 flat stats. Ugh. Nice thing is it's like farming Ganyu, though, where you're just using, like, the, one of the base pieces that always shows up. Like, I hate to use this, but... Yeah, okay. Speed piece. If we're running Talia, it does make sense to have speed. Is this the piece that you can get break percent on? I've just used very standard, like, builds for most characters, so it's weird to look. Like, this piece I think is better if it rolls break effect, but... I don't know. And then, let's look at our Talia pieces. Oh, this is the one with break effect. Let's see. Do I have... I don't think I had another piece with that as the main stat. And I'll probably wait it out and see when I... Oh, that's a good piece for her. I will probably wait it out and see, unless I have... Actually, I don't think ice damage matters a whole lot on a support as much. I think just the flat stats might be better. Alright. Well, looking at that, let's take a look at the team we'll actually be using. My Silver Wolf stats are really bad. I don't even think my Relic's on. They're not. I was gonna say, she has a low amount of HP for a Lynx. I've just spent so much time farming the trace materials for these characters that I haven't had enough time to farm relics. That's part of the fun in these games, eh? Let's go to level 8 on each of Xueyi's traces here. And then we won't be able to level up Ruan Mei beyond, but if we have to use her, I'd imagine it's still relatively fine. It's not a great light cone. So which light cone are we gonna get the most value out of? Let's see what this rolls into. Genshin recently... Oh, that's nice. The defense roll wasn't great, but that's not terrible. It gave us break effect, and it rolled once into speed. I just don't see her hitting max speed. Genshin added a new feature where it upgrades to the next level, and I can't express how nice that is. Attack percent isn't the worst. This piece we're literally just leveling for speed, though. Like, these are going to be ugly artifacts. I'm just trying to get her to a point where she's at least usable. Maybe not that. Oh, just clicking on it. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I've been going to, like, +4 to see what the stats are, and then +9 to kind of see at what point break effect. Break effect does seem like it'd be generally helpful. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Will be generally helpful just because her ult still just completely bypasses weakness. I think that's so cool. That's gonna be great. Like, that's a cool niche that actually allows her as a 4-star DPS to shine. Let's save some XP for Ruan Mei too. Where's her break effect piece? It is. Hopefully this rolls into something good. Effect hit rate isn't... Is that useful for her kit? That's one stat that's always so weird to me because I actually can't tell how helpful it is. HP crit rate. Not what we were hoping for. This piece is really nice though. All 4 stats are good. Although that's probably the least. That's fine. We see what this rolls into. Crit damage is good. Break effect upgrade is good. And then this piece, as long as it... Effect res is never bad to have. But ideally... Okay. Not the best. Yeah, these are going to be really ugly pieces. In the long run, I'll definitely be swapping these out. But just having even bad leveled relics is more useful than not having any relics. How close are both of these two to their speed? Ruan Mei's at 125, Xueyi is at 133. I don't remember how much a max speed piece actually gives you. Hopefully I have enough to max this out, and then... From what I recall, to get Tali at a proc, you do usually need some extra speed substat rolls on top of that. Yeah, that's such an ugly piece. 3550, oh boy. 142, so she needs 3 more speed. Let's upgrade any piece with speed and hope. Crit rate, that's not bad. Crit rate's not bad. What do the other pieces have? These two are +9. Okay. So it has to be one of these 2 pieces. And we're out of purple XP. This is going to be interesting. It's not going to be super great, but let's see, what can we get rid of? That can go. That can go. That's... yeah, that can go. I'm always really bad about, like, keeping pieces that just aren't that useful. I think, oh, but what if it all rolled in these 2 stats? In reality, I feel like when you're artifact strong boxing or something like that, unless it has at least 3 good stats, you're probably not going to end up having that be a bis piece. Like, a lot of these gloves aren't bad just because if you're using Thief of Shooting Meteor, you want break effect on it. Go into speed, please. Yes. Okay. That's acceptable, because now she at least has her... Never mind. I lied. If Ruan Mei's in the team, her speed goes up, but that's annoying. I'm certain if I had enough XP to level all of these to max, she would have enough to proc it. None of these beats I'm going to use. I don't even use this set on a lot of them. Go to plus 12. Oh, I do have defense percentage. I don't know if they're ever going to add a character. Like, Fire Trailblazer uses defense. I don't know if Japard does. Dang it. Alright, which piece is going to be more useful? Attack percent. Flat HP is just nice, because especially the more aggressive characters don't ever use, like, any defensive relics. So if you're not careful, they're going to die. Like, defense percent, I just can't imagine using. Like, Navi, I think, is pretty good in Genshin right now, specifically because she's a Geo character that doesn't try to use the defense gimmick. I know people really like using Ito. Dang. People really like using Ito. But I do feel like that reliance on defense just makes it feel really bad. It's why, like, Hu Tao sometimes doesn't feel the greatest, because normally in her teams, right, you focus around having other things to use when her E's down. But because she uses max HP, because her base attack values are so low, she feels really bad to use in any capacity when her E's down. And I'd imagine it's kind of similar story for Ito when his ult is down in general. Alright, come on, roll speed. No! At this point, though, crit rate doesn't even do much for her because we have such low crit damage. How many defense percent pieces did I have? Oh my goodness. I mean, I might regret this if they add another defense scaling character, but to be honest, I kind of doubt it. And getting rid of gold artifacts always helps to free up space, too. Because I was getting pretty low on artifact space. Come on, man. What other pieces did I have for this set here? Because this one has attack speed affected rate. None of the other pieces have speed. Okay. Well, let's roll. How many more defense pieces do I even have? I'm shocked. I haven't looked through my artifacts in a while. We had the double artifact drop recently. I did not know I had this many pieces for that. That explains why I have so many artifacts, though, but so few that I was using. Alright, come on. No! Alright, forget it. Talia's just not going to be active by 1 speed. That's fine. It is what it is. I haven't gotten the, Yeah, I'll get that in a second. Alright, we've done enough just random grinding, though. I am certain this will work. Let's go ahead and hop into the other part of this story.
Always in flux. Planning is paramount.
Oh. Said meet up with Asta and she's not even here. Rich No, it's Rich Noah again. My importance in this chat is now downgraded by 1. Why do you say that twice? Oh, it's a M robot though. Richard Know-It-All. Is that a mugshot of Herta?
Herita Newsflash. Good evening, Madam Herta fans. This
Is that Topaz?
an urgent broadcast. The great Madame Herta, member 83 of the Genius Society, has been targeted in an attack at the space station. Her current whereabouts are unknown, with no group having stepped forward to claim responsibility.
She just disappeared.
Many characters are upset at the ineptitude of upper management, having issued strong protest and condemnation.
Jeez. That's cool. They haven't used this before. But to be fair, it doesn't seem like Asta or Herta do much in terms of management on the space station. Which for some people is great, loose management, but in this case of like a research base, that might not be the best. Take ultimate to the face. You're spitting facts here. Okay. Is there going to be like an uprising in the space station? Because I don't think that's going to go very well. I wouldn't want to pick a fight with Herta. That seems like a bad idea. Oh! That scared me.
Mr. Scrollum, this was a premeditated attack.
Conclusion. Their target was the space station, but their strategies are still unknown to us.
That's right. Which is precisely why we need her. The last to lay eyes on Herta's puppet before the attack was her.
He's not wearing like a statue head anymore.
And you are?
This is Dr. Ratio of the Intelligentsia Guild, a delegate from the IPC.
Oh, he's from the IPC. I thought he was a member of the Genius Society from the introduction.
Dazed. She may need a few pointers.
They called that a mask,
We cross paths again.
but it covers his entire
Do you
head.
remember me?
It's gonna be so
Of course.
stuffy.
Why would you? Memory is such a fickle thing, after all.
Yeah, you're
Miss
the
Trailblazer,
guy that decided
we
not
must
to
have
help.
many questions. Please be
Although
patient.
Ruan Mei didn't help us
Asta
either.
will explain it all to you.
You probably know the gist of things already. A few system hours ago, one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown perpetrator. We don't
That's
know
what
the
I was
location
wondering.
of the puppet,
When they
and
say it
we
took
can't
Madame Herta,
pinpoint
she
its
has about 1
signal.
billion puppets. Get in
She's
trouble.
away
Well, I was
on a
wondering,
visit.
right, like,
This issue didn't seem
you
to
don't know how
trouble
much
her
technology goes into Herta's puppets, but could she not just
received
completely
an
disable it
invitation
and then
from
just
the IPC
go on?
before the attack occurred.
Ah, the technology department. Charming little
Anatomy
place,
Bully.
isn't it?
They keep dropping names, and I'm
Anatomy
wondering
Bully
if they'll
does
be
possess
important
some
later.
semblance of competence, but her
And he took his mask off
subordinates?
again.
Oof. Oh, they're a riot. Brimming with enthusiasm, yet utterly devoid of intellect. It's as if evolution halted prematurely for them. They want to start some new collaborations with Herta, and have graciously extended an invite for me to play the role of science consultant. It's
I
delightful.
feel like I've heard Dr. Ratio's voice before, but I can't remember from where.
Geniuses from the so-called Super Smart Club squander the IPC's
I wonder if it's
vast
like-
resources.
I almost want to say,
However,
and I could just be
this
flat out
attack
wrong.
was timed a little too well.
It almost sounds like Sea Dog VA.
I can't help but wonder if someone leaked this.
I don't watch him
information,
very much, so I haven't heard
and
his
the
voice a whole
attacker
lot.
seized the opportunity.
But it's like,
Herta's aloof response to these juvenile
the only reason I say that is, right, like, Jingliu is Amelie,
Almost as
and I believe
intriguing.
it's Jing Yuan that's a
What a
CU.
delightful little puzzle.
So there'd be a precedent for it to be the
I've
case.
long heard that you're one of the best researchers in the guild.
But that
Dr.
could just be a
Ratio.
completely wrong guess.
We're honored to have your assistance.
But I think it's cool.
Save
I know
your
some people
flattery.
disliked it, but I genuinely think
Time
it's
is
cool
hardly a luxury we
that
can
they take like
squander.
prominent
Debate the
content
merits of
creators and
mere
allow them to
mortals in
voice
the
act,
company of
because
an actual
it's one of those things that like
genius.
those type of opportunities
paradox, if
weren't
you ask
always
me.
available, and if they do a good job, it's great. Like,
Excuse
I
me,
think
yeah,
Jingliu's
me,
voice acting in
what
particular
were
is
you
really good.
doing the last time you saw
It's the
that
character.
puppet?
Anyway, This is a bit weird to do, like, because there were multiple... I can't remember the last patch that we had that there were multiple Trailblaze quests. Usually it's just been one. But it's right after this big incident with Ruan Mei. We didn't really spend a lot of time with her to...
I think I was...
In fact, like, they're saying we're the last one that met her before the puppet was kind of stolen, but... Technically speaking, I think the last time we saw her, she was talking to them.
Curio's gone missing, and I can't just forget about it. Go find it for me when you have the time. I'm sure you can manage that, can't you?
Curio.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot. It's an...
Oh, okay.
It's alive, but it doesn't have a body.
Don't you hate it when your memory forgets the most important
Send
part?
me a signal when you see traces of it.
You remember everything else except that?
I think she mentioned something important, but I can't remember. If only there were some hints, then maybe...
Anyway, keep up the good work. I need to go out for a bit. Go ask Asta if he wants someone to help you.
My memory is kind of hazy. What did I do after that? This is what I recall before I met Herta, but I can't remember some of the details. Let me try to remember the conversation with Asta.
A curio that's alive but
Doesn't have a body.
Sorry, but
I wonder if
nothing
they're
comes to
talking about
mind.
an actual curio from the SU.
Maybe the researchers at the Departments of Ecology or Insight may have an idea? Hinkle and are around here somewhere.
Huh.
I'd suggest you ask them about it.
Well, in this
Asta
name in
seems to have
particular,
mentioned two
if we can't
names.
remember, she'd know.
2 researchers from the Departments of Ecology and Insight.
Those despicable villains are distorting the truth online.
Oh no.
Ugh. If I discover who's behind this, they're gonna wish they'd never crossed me. A curio that's alive but doesn't have a body? Isn't that
jinx?
just a jinx? Oh, nowadays people call them wubbaboos?
Wubbaboos? Oh.
Well, I might be the Department of Ecology head,
Yeah, that
but
doesn't
I'm
sound
not
right.
the most knowledgeable person when it comes to curios. Adler would be of more help, but he's been investigating
Adler.
some paranormal phenomenon. I haven't seen him all day. I must say, it's a little embarrassing for the space station to be in such disarray while guests are visiting. We've been through a huge crisis and are still recovering.
Feels like in all these games, though,
There are
that's the
some who are
point.
trying to
You never
exploit
get
the
to see the
chaos
place
to
until
agitate
after you've
the
fixed all the
workforce.
problems, just at a normal state.
People are growing more and more distrustful of the management here. It's probably turned into a big headache for Asta, too. Never mind, I shouldn't be telling you this. It's something that we researchers need to resolve ourselves. Pretend I didn't say anything.
Adler.
Oh. Blurred memories and conduct crucial clues. Okay, so you just need enough of those.
Then I ran into Arlen. Adler was with him. Adler was with Arlen. They were involved in...
This is interesting.
He went to the scene alone with Peppy? How could you let him?
Calm down, Brother Arlen. I know you...
We're walking the dog.
You're a great liar, Arlon.
We're having a walk.
You too, security department member. You are great at telling fibs.
Like I said, we're walking the dog.
So I'm the dog?
They seem to be hiding something.
Is there something you need?
Oh, really? That kid sure is brave, running straight to the scene on his own. Yes, well, Peppy isn't here. You see, Brother Arlen...
Yeah. I usually like to listen to all the voice acting, but some of this stuff I'm just kind of like,
Why are you looking for Adler? A lost curio. I see. He'll be able to help.
Can I get away with not
The fragmentum in this area is very unstable.
Yeah, I'm starting to realize a lot of times the battles in between are super optional.
As I thought, he's in trouble. Let's go.
It's one of these things.
That's it.
Interesting.
Converge and awaken.
The nice thing about Mana Quantum, even if half my characters aren't fully built, And really, Xueyi isn't either. Is
Time for a buzz.
Silver. Oh, she didn't put quantum on.
Do you admit this
That's
crime?
the idea.
I see through you.
To be fair, this is just the mono quantum team I'd run, but with Zila. And you could definitely argue that Zila would just be stronger. But I've been waiting for Xueyi ever since she was revealed. When we get to the full simulated universe event too, we probably won't use her, so...
By the order of the Ten Lords, execute the Marastruck!
That's so cool.
The Marastruck.
You took the bait. This combat. This is double speed.
I always thought it was funny that Silver had a line specifically relating to being in double speed. Because most people are going to play it in double speed. Because you think about it too, I mentioned it earlier with the Genshin comparison, but even with double speed, some of these ultimate cutscenes are pretty lengthy. Do I need to play this again? I always hate to like actually look at the details and stuff, right? But it's super important for like Silver Wolf weakness and all that stuff. Same thing, we were having the issue earlier with Tingyun, where I don't want to stop and completely click on the character.
Okay.
That's me. What's up?
She wants to ask you something about curios. I'll leave you to it. Adler, Peppy's in your hands now.
Don't worry. I think I figured something out. Catch you later.
Okay. Hi Adler, what part are we gonna forget this time?
Which curio do you want to know about? That's all you got? Too abstract. Well, there's beauty in the abstract, I guess. Have you
Sometimes.
asked the Department of Ecology head?
Yeah.
She's not wrong. But that doesn't feel entirely right either.
Huh? What did I say?
Huh.
Oh.
Now that you mention it, I have a wild hypothesis. But it needs verifying. Let's call it a day. Wait for me. I'll be in touch.
Adler seems to have gotten a lead, but...
Yeah. Alright. Some content will players triple square, yeah. There's a chance of revealing
Let's
it.
go
What do you mean
over
as
it
a
from
chance?
the start. I may have overlooked... My memories of Arlen and Adler are hazy.
A curio that's alive but doesn't have a body.
Okay, so there's gonna be 3 of these.
How's it going? Did you... I see. Is that what Hinkle and think? At least that counts as a lead.
Oh.
See? My researchers are pretty outstanding. Anxious, me? Is it that obvious? After the Legion's invasion, the space station has been under constant scrutiny.
It's not really your
Physical
fault,
damage
but
can be easily repaired, but it takes
that seems to be a common
long time
theme
heal
in
the
this
wounds
game,
in
especially
people's
once you've
hearts.
kind of fixed things.
Some
Is
researchers have
in
been
Urilo too,
questioning
we had that
management and security
entire
of the
event with the
space
IPC
station
and
ever
Topaz
since the
talking
invasion.
about kind of
Things
the
had settled down a bit with
reparations
the
and getting things
reconstruction
back to a good
efforts,
point.
But the researchers' disappearances have rattled them again. Yes. 4
I really do
researchers
wonder how the next
inexplicably
world's gonna be.
disappeared in a matter of days. No exit logs,
Be
no
interesting.
traces. Vanished. People were just starting to regain their footing after the catastrophe. I didn't want panic to spread, so I suppressed the reports and told the security department to investigate in secret. However, as you can see, it's
Yeah.
hard to keep secrets in a sardine can like this. Rebuilding trust is harder than establishing it in the first
Yeah.
place.
Once the bridge is burnt, it's
Concerned someone's
harder to
pulling
build
strings
upon
to
that
sway
than
public opinion.
building a bridge or not letting it break down in the first
The
place.
most important thing is to get to the bottom of the disappearances. That's okay, but thank you for the offer. Oh, by the way, I heard about the thing.
Yeah, okay.
So I did consult someone else.
Department of
The other
Insight.
person should be from the Department of Insight. I need to remember who it is. The other person should be from the Department of Insight.
I do still wonder, I know it's a
need to
puppet body, but
remember
why
who it
Xueyi
is.
what the entire story behind that is. We'll get it eventually, I'm sure. Because there's so much in those light cones talking about how,
Identifying
like,
that person is crucial. It could be the key to making sense of everything. The other person should...
but talking about how
Hey, what brings you?
It's something about like
Here's the account you asked for.
it's like super dark.
Small.
I
Just
guess
skipping
here
through this.
too. Did my memory piece? Now I remember. The
But
other person
where is it? Sorry, I hate to break up the current, you know, the story is interesting, but I'm thinking about way more. It's this one. Her body is cold, it's not moving, she gets super angry. This line reminds me of Shenhe, actually. But at what point did her hair turn brown? Was it just with the puppet body or something? Because we see in this light cone, and people pieced it together, that this was the two of them because of the hairstyles and then the like accessories they wear. That is those two. So is Hanya still quote-unquote completely alive? Because they say specifically all of the stuff with the 10 judges of the Alchemy Commission, including those two and Huahua, have something, you know, specifically about them. Like they're all afflicted by some condition, I believe, is the wording that they used.
Looking young lady. I'm not that wonderful. I'm just okay. No need to be modest. Though I confess I did hear someone
Department of
say,
Insight.
Sure. See this material here? I'm not getting any younger. Again? How many times? Oh, another smart.
I should probably stop skipping.
Wonderful.
I usually
It's about time we had some new recruits.
read through it pretty fast, but I do really enjoy the voice acting, especially since you don't get it outside of the main stories and events, but
doesn't have a body but is alive.
some of this almost just seems like small talk. We've heard them say
Ecology full of curio
that like 3
experts?
times, but
That's
I
got
feel bad
nothing to do
skipping
with
it
the
too, because
Department
people
of
worked hard on
Insight.
these lines. You never think about it, but like every single detail. I don't know much about programming, but
A colleague who came
the
back
more and
from
more
a
you look
business
into it, like
trip
every
said
little
that the
detail
Sanjo
takes
Alliance
lines and
has
lines of code.
lifelines like that.
Lots of hard work.
Don't get me wrong. I was merely relaying information. I didn't mean I'd help you.
Hmm.
The atmosphere on the space station has been getting stranger lately. It's risky
Yeah, it almost
taking
seems like
sides.
there's like a coup.
The Xianzhou
It's strange to
species
say.
Emily mentioned seems to be what inspired
That could be coming up.
Adler. The Xianzhou species, Emily.
Which is funny, because Herta seems to be incredibly, like, not omniscient, but very powerful and knows a lot in terms of things important to the space station and everything else. And then Asta's basically the main benefactor. She's really rich. So, I don't know what they'd do without it. I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. Maybe Confidence Crisis? It was not. It was the Xianzhou Alliance. Never mind. It was the one we'd already...
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
The situation is very delicate. I can't say anything except that it's a secret mission. How did you know?
Yeah.
I see. Could you also tell that Lady Asta was feeling the pressure? I'll be honest with you. It's been tough. The surveillance didn't capture anything regarding the researcher's disappearance.
That's interesting. And you wonder how much, like, surveillance they have.
Adler observed
Like,
that
do
the
they have
automatic
every single
fire
nook and
suppression
cranny
system was
of the space station that
momentarily activated
should
around
have
the time
kept
the
track of it, you know?
disappearances occurred. That means that every victim's disappearance was accompanied by some inexplicable fire. When we made visits to the scenes, some of the witness testimony seemed to agree with this. The
Okay.
words they used were spontaneous combustion of the human body.
Wonderful. That's always... Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Arlon.
Have you asked the Department
I'm
of
not really
Ecology
interested
head?
in seeing someone spontaneously combust.
She's not.
Huh?
Alright. Here's where we see that. So, what did I say? I have no idea. Okay. I'm just gonna click until we find out.
She's not wrong. But that doesn't feel entirely right either.
The Xianzhou Alliance,
That's
okay.
right. They're
Oh,
called
Heliobi. Yeah. Like
I
Pip.
guess you could say that Wubbaboos and Heliobi are sort of like cousins. Both are types of energy life form.
Mhm.
Huh. Now that you mention it,
It's a hypothesis that
Let's call
needs
it a day.
verifying. He'll get back in touch with
Spontaneous
us.
combustion of the human body.
Okay.
I need to go over it from the.
Let me describe it again
Back
in
to
case you
Herta.
forgot.
It's a blank, it's alive, but it doesn't have a body.
I think if only there were.
So, that makes me... I mean... Yeah.
Let me describe it again in case you forgot.
It's an energy life
It's
form.
an energy life. Send me a signal when you see train. That's not the point. I wouldn't be bothering with
Genius
it if it
society,
didn't
okay.
anyway. Keep up the good work. I need.
So it's the exact same conversations here, just that it we're filling in the blanks there. That's an interesting way to do things. Having that cycle go back through the cycle of like the 3 or 4 conversations. Really cool
commend
stuff.
your stamina for recounting that interminable tale. You must be exhausted. My ears certainly are. So, to sum it up, the last time you laid eyes on Herta was in her office. She sent you on a wild goose chase for some trinket, the curio. After which you knew nothing else until Lady Asta contacted you.
I have to know, where's my
If that's the narrative you're sticking to, then indulge me.
English
Who,
BA
pray tell, can substantiate
Dr.
this
Ratio.
captivating drama?
Jordan Harrow. Okay, well, I was completely wrong. It's obviously not Sea Dog then, because his name's Connor. To be fair, I don't really watch his stuff, but I could have sworn his voice sounds familiar. I wonder if... I'll look it up later, I guess. I wonder if this voice actor is voice acted in other stuff, because a lot of times they have, you know? The whole career. But I swear I've heard his voice before in other stuff. I know a lot of the voice actors in Star Rail are voice actors for characters in Genshin as well. Maybe that's it.
And start sprinting now, you might just catch the IPC shuttle in 4 system hours. But as it stands, not a single soul
And there's some that
can
are surprising.
corroborate her story.
I think it was maybe Hanya's voice actors, like Kiara.
Your style of
There's
questioning
one
would seem to
character that
have
like
a
is super,
preconceived bias.
like you wouldn't expect it, because they're completely
It's an
different characters.
Unfortunate habit of mine. When one is immersed in academic research, skepticism comes far more naturally than belief. It is also
To be fair,
the
I did not
most
guess that Jing Yuan
efficient
was
method,
who
judging
Jing Yuan's
from
voice
my
actor was.
experience, seeking answers
Whereas
with a
Jing Liu
negative
sounds
hypothesis in mind
like
is still
you can tell,
valid
you know.
research.
That's the
It can
beauty of
still
voice
help us
acting, though.
reach
Some
the
people
truth.
are so good at like molding their voice to something else. Crazy.
If she is truly innocent, she can clear her name with answers.
Anyway, I'm kind of only loosely paying attention to the store, for being honest. Oh, it's
Based on your story, you met with Herta because she specifically wanted you for an assignment.
Yeah, I can't think of... So we have Defend and Recall. Confidence Crisis, the Keeming Combustion Society member. And then we have
If you knew
Defend.
Herta, then you wouldn't find it weird.
Okay.
Don't interrupt other people. Did no one teach you manners?
Technically, Stell was born like... What, a couple months ago in the story?
Based on your story, you met and the assignment involves
So
a
things that we can
curio
defend and then
doesn't even
recalling
have
one
a
of those
name.
3 pieces. Curio that doesn't have a name. Is that the one that has to do with the energy life form?
I remember now. Back then,
That's enough,
Okay,
and the
that's not it.
assignment involves a curio that doesn't even have a
I'm gonna
name.
try defend on everything, I
Herta
think.
didn't mention the name of the curio.
Just
We
because
were
it seems
talking
like that's a
about
more
something
general
else, and
response.
She just mentioned it in past. However, she did give a thorough description of the curio. I didn't make that up.
True. You wouldn't be able to make that up.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I'm being looked down on?
He does
And
seem
the
like that type of
assignment involves
character.
a curio that doesn't even have a name.
So our big things are, right, we have the energy life form, Genius Society member, we have parents who are accompanied by incomprehensible fires, spontaneous combustion, and then the distrust of the management. So I can't see how that would relate to
Herta's
this.
collection. An endless trove of trinkets and baubles. And yet, she singles out one nameless ordinary curio?
Again, I
It's
feel
hard
like
for
this
me to
only has to do
imagine.
with
The
this.
curio isn't
Okay.
the point. Herta was only addressing it because of its relation to the Genius Society.
I would imagine the curio is the creation of a genius. Affirmation. It holds some special meaning to Herta.
Yes. That seems logically sound. Then you said you asked Asta for
For help with the
the
lost curio. And we have... See, this specifically mentions that's a big headache for Asta, but I can't imagine that has anything to do with it. I guess we should try every
remember now.
solution.
That's enough. Then you said you asked Asta for help with the
Does
lost
defending
curio.
even do anything, or is that just meant to bring up, like, a refresher for that?
However, She decided to hold her tongue until...
I remember now.
Nope. Okay.
That's enough, however.
I'll be honest, I could
She
think critically
decided to
about
hold
this,
her
or I
tongue
could just
until
see.
Now? So what's the story? Are you full of fanciful fiction? Or is Asta the one hoarding secrets?
The space station
Yeah.
has been very distrustful of its higher management ever since the Antimatter Legion's invasion.
Which again, isn't really their fault.
Another severe incident would further
But yeah,
intensify
it's
suspicion
very true.
and cause great internal strife.
Oh. So that explains why Lady Asta approved of my participation. After all, the Intelligentsia Guild's representative wouldn't be linked
Would
to
still
the
share
space
the- yeah,
station,
'cause
but
they're
they
a
wouldn't
branch
be
of the
partial to
IPC.
anyone, but would still act for the space station.
So someone who's, that makes sense though, someone who's still relevant to the situation, but not necessarily enough to be biased.
Yes, I've heard clearly though. It bears no cut the act. Your
correction, there may.
Researchers' disappearances, you say?
I almost feel like it's
I
this.
remember
Nope. Okay.
That's enough. Researchers clearly though. It
We go back with the
No.
clicking
If I recall correctly,
until we find it.
Asta said, one of Madame Herta's puppets was attacked by an unknown perpetrator.
Yeah.
We don't know the location of the puppet, and we can't pinpoint its signal. Don't know the location. Isn't that the same as missing?
Yeah.
She did say that, but then what?
There should be evidence.
Yeah.
Arlen discovered something odd when he was investigating the disappearances. The space station's automatic fire suppression system was momentarily
Oh.
activated around the time the disappearances happened. Arlen mentioned that each victim disappeared due to spontaneous combustion.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't be able to figure this out on the fly though. It's a good thing we get multiple choices, huh?
There are no
Or
signs
chances.
of a fire anywhere in the space station.
That's what's so odd about it. But this information has an additional layer of importance. This may not be direct evidence, but if the system also recorded the fire
I
suppression
mean, that's
system
something that's so
activating
out
when
of
the puppet
place.
was attacked,
It could be a distraction, you know?
then there's
It's funny to hear all this
ample
because what
evidence
I'm
to
currently doing with
indicate
school and
that
looking to
these
do with
two
work is a
cases
cybersecurity
are
course.
linked.
And they talk about a lot of stuff almost like this. Obviously not one-to-one, but like how sometimes there'll be minor like phishing attacks or
These
something like
two
that, minor
incidents
breaches that are meant to
caused by the
disguise a
same
bigger
person.
attack.
And the suspicion put on you would decrease, provided that this fire
Yeah.
suppression record does exist in the system.
We'll see in the main control room.
It's so weird though that we're being grilled so hard about like we're the main suspect just because we were the last person that potentially talked to Herta. Like, I get you go with every lead you can, but still, what is this? That
News
looked,
Flash. This is an urgent broadcast.
looked like everything
I
was on
repeat,
fire in
this
that
is an
video
urgent
thumbnail.
broadcast. News has finally emerged regarding
okay.
the attack on Madame Herta. The Annihilation Gang has claimed responsibility for the
Annihilation
incident
Gang.
and warned of further activity. The Guild has expressed utmost condemnation.
Okay, this is what the thumbnail was
gods of
on.
the starry skies have abandoned the world. They give no thought to the masses. Only the wounded savior can bathe the world in the firelight of destruction.
So it's similar to how like we have the group of like following abundance on the ZN show, but destruction here, I'm assuming?
Favor and escape the
That is crazy looking design.
Flee then. Flee as far as you can. No matter the distance, annihilation will.
I do wonder though, is it like every planet's gonna have an issue with like one specific path group, you know, in general? For the most part. Because I don't feel like we've heard much about any other like path being an issue on the ZN show except abundance. But it's a huge problem there.
A declaration of war. And an announcement of what's
It's also weird to be doing a Trailblaze mission without
They have
any
set
of the
their
other
sights
Trailblazers.
on you.
Usually we have at
The
least March
Legion's
with us.
impact remains, and the Annihilation Gang is already paying a visit. It almost seems like this space station is more suited for the path of destruction than erudition.
This Duke Inferno Ifrit is a life form that hails from Fatora, a world long since destroyed.
Okay. Ever burning
His
fire
race,
demons. They
the
follow Nanook,
ever-burning
and Nanook
fire
is the
demons, regard Nanook as
like
their
the
emperor and savior.
well, I don't know if he's actually a
the
guy,
Eon
but like
has
the guy
never
that shows
cast
up
their
with like
gaze
white
upon
hair, I think amber-colored eyes when you pick the path of destruction.
Pitiful lunatics.
think. I could be
Unlike
wrong.
Dr. Primitive's assessment,
I'm really bad at remembering the names.
the
I
value
can
Nanook
visualize
sees
the
in the Annihilation
like all the
game
eons,
is
but I don't know
perhaps
their names.
far less than one might see in a
Like I know there's an
child
Aeon
who
called Akivili.
deliberately broke a vase. The fire demons have a cruel
The
temper.
fire demons? What do you expect?
Instinctively ignite and destroy items. Ifrit is particularly evil and cruel, even among his kin. The Everflame mansion he heads is even the arch-enemy of the Japella Brotherhood, despite both groups belonging to the Annihilation gang.
You know you're bad when even the people that are meant to be
Japella
on your side
Brotherhood.
dislike you.
I've heard that name somewhere.
On the Stellaron Hunters wanted posters, they
Inciting
stand
the
accused of
Japella
inciting the
Rebellion.
Japella Rebellion.
Who knows?
The
The
uprising
Stellaron
that
Hunters
caused the
seem to have a hand
downfall
in
of the Brotherhood.
basically every disaster.
The Japella Palace crumbled in the scorching flames.
And they seem to have a
And
purpose
Ifrit's
behind
power
everything.
has grown
Even if
by
it's
the
just to like
day
put
ever
something in the
since.
way of Stell here.
Would you believe it would be
Because they
merely a
mentioned directly like
coincidence?
all of Kafka's actions on the Xianzhou were to
Something
ally us
similar
with
is
them.
about
Like
to
it's
happen
crazy.
here. Spontaneous combustion? For him, it's as routine as me finding fault in everything. The disappearance of researchers and the puppet were all part of the plan. And after that, that video will soon circulate. And this station's fate? Flames.
Kind of hard to grasp too just how big the Herta space station is because we only have a few places we can visit.
The
But it is
destruction
massive.
of trust.
Destroying it from
I'm
within too.
afraid more than trust will be destroyed here. You need to start acting
When you have so
now.
many people that live on like one condensed space station, getting along is very important, you know? We haven't seen them have like a jail or anything like that, so if someone acts up, something does really bad, what happens? That's stuff I have wondered.
Fears into full-blown pandemonium.
If we did that, we'd be at a disadvantage. I'll stay here and try to contain the news as best I can. Please.
Okay. Investigate this. Yeah, I was not expecting this. I knew obviously we were going to meet Ruan Mei, but I thought that was going to be the main story for the patch.
I'd like to take in
This is
something new
interesting.
before returning to the coffin.
Not good. This is serious. The security department will do whatever we can to help you.
Well, we appreciate that,
A
Arlon,
list
but
of the missing researchers
we
and
even
their
do, yeah.
details.
Sure, but the security department already combed through their backgrounds and personal relationships.
You'd assume they do that, but you wonder, like, is there something in
Annihilation
common?
Gang are a group of
Could it have just
diehard
been a random
dogs.
attack on researchers?
They might be attacking indiscriminately.
Oh, that's exactly what he just
List
said.
of the missing researchers and their details.
Okay.
Take it. Remember these names. Find a friend who's tuned into the gossip around here and tell them you want to know the relationship between these people.
Why would they tell us? They're not gonna tell you. Okay, this guy they're obviously not gonna tell, but maybe they wouldn't open up to Arlon either because he's the head of security.
That depends on your friend.
It's been a while. I don't even remember who Pamela is. Oh. Okay. Almost reminds me of Xingjue. I'll take any chance to slack off wherever I can.
What else do you need me to do?
Take me to the one who knows the most about curios within the department.
Is this the
of
person that we just
ecology,
talked to in the
if you'd be
flashback?
so kind.
He disappeared too. I didn't really notice at first. Adler's
Oh, it's
difficult
Adler.
to get a hold of at the best of times, but it's
I was
been
thinking
few
about a
system
different
hours,
department
and
then.
I still can't reach him.
I'm honestly having a hard
Even
time
the
keeping
surveillance cameras
all
can't
these
find any trace.
different departments straight as they're explaining
The last
them.
time I saw him was in the master control zone. He was with Wen Sherling from the Department of Implement Arts.
Lead the way. You said Adler was on the verge of a discovery.
I do
but
remember
couldn't
that.
confer his knowledge. Intriguing and frustrating, to say the least. If his disappearance is also related to the case here, then maybe he really did stumble upon something important.
True. The key words that got Adler thinking were energy, life
Yeah.
forms. We need to investigate this.
Oh, Dan Heng. It's cool though just to see how all these characters relate. I hadn't even thought about Dan Heng knowing about it. But we're gonna find out, like, we know certain things. We know we're going to Himeko's home planet. We know we're gonna have to find out about March 7th's, you know, entire life story at some point. There's a lot to know. Alright, where's when? He's right here. Oh. Not a...
Jerk! Jerk! Fine! Disappear!
Okay.
I don't ever want to see your face again! Adler, he disappeared!
Well, it's not really Adler's fault, but...
He's been acting really weird recently. Always researching stuff like spontaneous combustion,
To
supernatural
be fair,
activities.
that would be somewhat concerning.
He doesn't even answer me when I speak to him. He was talking to himself.
What did he talk about?
He kept saying the word
Good phrase, huh?
Phrase.
Who said I want him back? But if
Okay.
you want to find him, he was reading this booklet the last time I saw him. I don't know exactly what he's searching for, but I hope it can help you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm really curious how this is gonna wrap up, like... 'cause for the most part, these Trailblaze continuances, like, are pretty self-contained, and that, like, the last one we had with Ruan Mei started up and concluded within that one act continuance. I'm also wondering, you know, if Starl is only going to have 1.6 before it goes 2.0 because we already have those leaks. Maybe there's something in between. But is that when we go to the next planet? Is everything else going to be within the other 3 areas?
Your countenance suggests tragedy.
Who knows,
So
though?
the researchers who disappeared were
I'm
at the
really
forefront
interested
of
to see what
challenging
happens with the
management.
researchers here, though.
Isn't
Just because
that
it kind of ties into my theory about whether or not Tingyun could actually be dead.
I finished
Because
browsing
outside of
through
characters
this
that were already
booklet while
passed
you
on,
were
like, by
replying to
Hung,
messages.
we haven't really seen
It
characters
recorded
just
the lives of a few Genius
die and be gone
Society
forever.
members. I'd say it contains some interesting information. It's time to go back and chat with Lady Asta and Mr. Screwlum.
What happened, yeah. It's still just, like, I didn't even think about it, but having 2 consecutive quests where we're basically not talking to Himeko, well, Dan Heng, or March is weird. It's weird not to hear their voices. It's kind of funny, too, because so many people compared March 7th to Paimon in terms of the role she plays comparatively to the main character, but I don't think we've had, like, almost no time without Paimon, whereas here, like, March isn't always with us. She's probably the one of the 4 that's most commonly with us, but still. Alright, so we had more clues. Oh, great. This is... I'm not good at solving these types of things, game. Is this door closed? Let's see. Yeah. No. Then let's teleport here and go around. Oh, hey. Well, they're still here. But actually, since I'm still thinking about it a little bit in the back of my mind, like, I do wonder, where does it say voices? I thought this was... Huh. I know it shows somewhere the voice actors, but I was just still thinking about, like, how genuinely cool I think it is that they allow, like, content creators to voice characters, because I was even thinking, like, this has gone long since before, you know, I know they still had to audition, all that stuff, like, I'm not taken away from that, but the earliest one I can remember that I can think of is, I don't know if, I think it's Lily Peach who plays Sayu, and I don't know if Lily Peach ever streamed Genshin beforehand and whatnot, but I think it's just really cool because these are, I mean, they're really talented people. And so giving them that opportunity is just super neat. And I do wonder if it'll keep going on because I don't watch a whole lot of like Genshin Star Rail content, honestly, for the most part, just because I like to experience everything first, especially since it's one of the games I do stream. But I have watched stuff from like on Genshin from.
The path is clear.
There's a few people, I can't remember which person it was, but I know there was one streamer that specifically said he was asked to voice a character in Genshin and he said no. But I don't know, there's so many unique voices, unique people out there. Giving them that opportunity is
the path is
neat.
clear. Let's get going.
I don't know if I'd be able to do voice acting, but anyway, another kind of random tangent I'm going off on. Oh, warp product. I didn't think about this, but this team does not have any AoE, except I guess this does a little bit, right? Or skill. And then Fushuan ult, which is potentially a problem with this area. I never thought we'd see if we can even kill the Warp Trotter. I might not have the damage with this comp so far. It would be awkward if we got stuck in a loop with the meiotic divisions.
It came together.
It's happened. I've had, when I was doing SU, I was messing around with new characters around that time a lot. I absolutely had a team that I didn't bring in AoE, and I had to restart the run because I couldn't get past one of the encounters.
I think something bit me. All things human creations.
Luckily, if you can time it right,
You could have surrendered.
we can just get all of them to like half health and then chain reaction. And I don't think they'll split once they're 5.
It came together. No matter.
The center one's probably the one that we're gonna have completely go down.
Execute the Marastruck! Knew I missed the Marastruck.
Oh, I didn't mean to kill that. Honestly, I don't think her damage is too bad. Like, you consider I have an incredibly inoptimal build right now. They're not fully leveled in artifacts. We're 1 speed away from activating Talia Kingdom of Banditry's effect. That's not bad. And just the fact that her ult does, again, completely pierce. Toughness is so good. Because that's kind of the limitations of the current system of weaknesses.
I've been monitoring the dark web. I barely managed to...
Oh.
Less than promising.
I didn't mean to click that.
Or to use a different phrase, we're in deep trouble.
The reason I'm wondering is we're a decent amount into this quest, and we haven't even met, like, the destruction enemies.
There are 3 avenues we can explore.
So...
First,
I wonder...
Adler's disappearance.
Yeah, so
he must
we
have come
have...
across some vital information.
I understand.
Tenuous connection.
Okay, maybe not.
Adler's
Because our evidence, right, are the fact that he had the
must
clue
have come
phrase,
across some vital information.
John Hung's words, and then the booklet out of... Oh, maybe this could be it.
I understand.
Never mind.
Tenuous connection. First, the next
These sequences always make me feel so
the
dumb.
victims have in common.
I played Danganronpa way back when, and that was much more trial and error than it could have been. What's the Lives of Genius Societies? Phrase. I don't imagine that would be it.
Is the abilities of Duke Inferno and the secret of spontaneous...
Is that actually it, or am I wrong?
During prior unrest, instigated by the Everflame Mansion, some testified to seeing miscreants materialize from the Inferno. The flickering tongues of Duke Inferno's fire carrying a certain property.
Well, see,
And this
that makes me wonder, though, is in a lot of games and, like, anime and such, like, flames aren't always like, oh, it burns things. Like Marco the Phoenix, for example, in One Piece, is one that I think of off the top of my head. His flames heal. You know?
The answer is right there.
I don't know if that's
This
the way they're
booklet
going, but...
describes a kind of fire that can phase through dimensions, claiming it burns through worlds, leaving numerous scions of flame behind.
I don't have the clue for phase anymore? The connections between them... That was the first thing that came to my mind, but...
The kindling of this unique flame must be the
Missing
missing
curio.
curio that Hurt has been searching for. I fear that this is the truth Adler discovered.
This be it?
When Sherling said...
Oh, was that actually
Adler
right?
kept muttering about a
I wasn't
phrase
expecting
before
that.
he disappeared.
This reminds me of the trials we did in Fontaine. There was a lot of trial and error, if you couldn't tell from me.
I believe this word was actually...
Try every option and eventually it'll
He
work
saw
out.
member 29 Sir Call's research topic in this booklet and verified his hypothesis. As a scion of the phase flame, Duke Inferno would naturally share
Teleportation.
similar capabilities. Full-on phase shifting may be a bit
I mean, that
too
makes sense though. If the
ambitious for
cameras didn't see anything, how would they have gotten taken out? You know, out of the space station.
likely more his speed.
There can only be so many ports or whatnot to get out.
That
So
is
teleportation
the
makes
truth
sense.
of the spontaneous human
Ah,
combustion.
so it's kind of like what I was taking though. The flames weren't
researchers
to
didn't
kill them
disappear.
through spontaneous human
They were
combustion.
moved.
It warps them. I was just kind of throwing out random ideas when I said that, but that is interesting.
We don't know where the victims went, but Duke Inferno's plan
Still though,
is now
that's got to
clear.
be traumatizing. Even if the flames
And the
did just
sudden
teleport
and
them, can you
consecutive
imagine someone just
disappearances
bursting into
provided
flames
the
and then
best
disappearing?
environment for chaos to fester. Once the seed of unrest has sprouted, he will then send out an announcement for an imminent attack. It will push the crisis from the dark into the light, catalyzing it into new growth and bloom. The next
Okay.
step would be to ignite the spark. Look at those researchers who disappeared. What would happen if someone realized their similarities? I need say no more.
Yeah.
It was all a premeditated trap to stir up chaos on the space
It
station.
really does make me wonder though, why are they targeting the space
We're
station?
running out of time.
You know, aside from us being here and it being relevant to the story, but like there has to be some motive.
This...
No, it isn't enough.
Indeed, it needs one more spark.
What do you mean?
If you limit your involvement to this, there's still room for excuses.
Okay.
If it were me, I wouldn't give you the chance.
Yeah, that is weird.
Could it be?
Huh? What is it?
Oh! Just to be fair, I feel like if you see that, you could tell that they were probably warped somewhere.
Asta was
That didn't
merely
look like
teleported. Her life was not in
like
danger.
spontaneous combustion would hurt.
Based on first-hand experience, I have ascertained that Ifrit's
Primordial
flame
flame
is simply a splinter of the primordial phase flame,
Oh, okay.
lacking any phase shiftability. Logic. Asta is still within the confines of the space station.
Just made them disappear. Maybe pocket dimension or something to cause chaos.
That flame must still be somewhere inside the
Yeah.
station.
And by the logic people use for things like this,
We'll find
right?
a way to bring her back.
In like a lot of stories, games, and whatnot, it'd take more energy, in theory, to like completely teleport them out somewhere else. Might not be relevant, but like when you say like mages and stuff teleport, it's harder to teleport something 2,000 miles than 2 feet.
It seems that Duke Inferno didn't deign to personally grace the space station.
Yeah.
He merely cast infernal fire into our midst to wreak havoc among the researchers. When the fire
I wonder
fizzles
if we're
out,
going to fight
his
this
malevolent
Duke
plans will
Inferno
vanish without a trace.
now or down the line.
I will head to Herta's office and activate the folded space in the curio storage room. With some changes to its parameters, I can use it to block the fire's teleportation routes and seal it inside.
Honestly, lucky that Screwlum and Dr. Ratio were here,
Mr.
but I could
Ratio,
also see with
please
Ruan Mei's
go with Miss
expertise
Trailblazer and contain
why it
the
wouldn't be
fire.
super important for her to still be here. Because with her, like, knowledge and such, I don't know if it would really affect it. Okay, we're not bringing Mono Quantum to this. Must include Doctor Ratio. So, weren't there other enemies that had ice weakness? I don't even know what Doctor Ratio does, actually, because I heard he was free, so I wasn't, like, and I think he was supposed to be. I wasn't really paying attention to that. I do think my Clara isn't that strong, but let's do this. As always, might not... Oh, he's Hunt. As always, might not be the fastest clear, but with these two, nobody's dying.
The infernal fire is also a form of energy life form. The imaging device will pick... The way is washed with flames. It must have just teleported. Be careful. Get ready to dash into the fire.
Not a sentence you hear every day. Okay, so just...
See? It's still in the space station.
Okay.
Like Skrullum said, it cannot escape.
That's a lot less intimidating than the giant fire being we saw
earlier.
earlier.
Cornered prey. Hunt it to the death.
That's why he's Hunt. We'll track the escaped fire. So since we can't go straight through those walls, I'm assuming we're just kind of bouncing back and forth until we find it. Oh, hey.
The fire is dying. This place is strange.
It's still resisting. The fold in the space has shifted. I can deduce its escape route with a mere glance.
That's a good thing you can. Whew, sorry, I had to sneeze. I try not to, like, sneeze or stuff into my mic. Alright, so what if we didn't fight the True Sting? Do we have to fight the True Sting? Aww. Or I could try and go this way. I've just learned over time how, like, many of these enemies are skippable, and it's not like you get up... Unless you need mats, it's not like fighting every enemy is super important. Don't do that. Uh-oh. And so many enemies can't attack you from range to ambush you. They have to melee you, so it's not gonna do anything.
Why?
The flame is getting weaker. Duke Inferno can't maintain it anymore.
Looking at the map. Do I need to go back up the stairs? Census is here. So he has an impair. It's weird to see an impair on someone not like... Well, never mind. I was about to say not nihility, but Hua has one. I think that's how you pronounce it. I thought that's how they... Go the wrong way. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably just going to jump through portals until I find where I'm meant to be going. I think we went through that one. Never mind, I think I just went in a loop. Okay. Oh no, we're in the right spot. Hello.
What is your goal?
Seems like this.
No, I think that's, from the sound of it, one more. Just exit with the book, jeez. Just since we have to split this.
For the theater of mediocre.
Oh. Huh, I wonder if that starts battle. Because that did destroy that, Interesting. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Oh. Here I was thinking I could sneak past. This trial? It does seem like speed creep almost is getting higher. The percentage. What I mean by that is like, my Fushuan used to be faster than everything. She has like 130 something speed. But now we're getting all of these sets that say have at least, you know, 145.
Stay back, Clara. Hide.
Actually, I think it's fine. I have to say, these things are the most obnoxious when they just split, but...
Stay back, Clara.
Oh yeah, we're good. The ones in this overworld seem to be a lot weaker than Swarm Disaster. Because those, you had to be careful. If you had even one that was over like half HP when you started the chain reaction, it went poorly.
It's over.
Ignorant fools blindly chasing the firelight, not knowing that it is little wonder that even the descent of the Savior's Legion was unable. Next time, expect no intermediaries.
Okay, next time.
Come to personally
So is this just setting up a future enemy? I don't hate that. Because, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the Star Rail quests seem to be self-contained.
A small fragment of consciousness in there is gone.
So setting something up for the future is kind of cool.
Has discarded this fire. Oh? No. Hold on.
Oh. Yeah, let's touch it. That's the best plan here. And here's the enemy. Oh my. What? Okay.
Ah, the banal theatrics of stalling. Let's not, shall we?
You know, I will say, over the course of this quest, Dr. Ratio is growing on me a little bit.
Teach someone a lesson.
I still haven't read his kit, so I don't know what these percentages mean.
A quick divination.
Could it be a ratio?
All things in the human creations.
Jeez. Yeah, you don't want to attack Clara. Never mind, apparently they all want to hit Clara. Yeah, like Clara's first comes up so often. But at that point too, Huahua's like occasional energy regen doesn't really matter. He gets it every like 2 or 3 turns maximum anyways. Let's build up some points here, some skill points, because we know... I don't think I needed to bring a healer.
I see through you.
If he's Hunt, I figured it would be single target. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. He has a follow-up attack. I don't know what proc that.
Materializing from the Inferno. Seems like Dr. Primitive wasn't
It could be attacking an enemy maybe that's already weakness broken.
All things in human creations.
Mediocre.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again.
Stay back, Clara.
Why do enemies love attacking Clara? I did see somewhere that there are taunt values on characters. You know, it doesn't mean that's what it'll follow all the time, but I think it was based on path. When it's a multi-phase battle, I always like going, yeah, with 5 points if possible.
Fire is weakening. It's preparing to flee. You, keep your eye out for Lady Asta's whereabouts.
Does the percentage ever go above 40%? You'd imagine so, but it makes you wonder what would be the trigger for that.
I'm not afraid of you.
Annihilate.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
But I like this way of doing things too, because a lot of character quests in Genshin are so long, but they also give you the opportunity to use the character. Oh, that went up to 60. But part of the issue I have with that is it makes, like, the character quests in Genshin are just so long. Like, it makes it hard because I procrastinate doing them, because I know if I sit down and do one, it's going to take forever. But I kind of like the idea of integrating them into the main story. Like, and they kind of did that with Shenhe, if I remember correctly, with the rebuilding of the Jade Chamber. Oh, maybe it's a percentage chance for him to launch a follow-up attack. That could be it. I could just read the kit, but
I'm asking questions.
you know. Yeah, it's got to be the chance of a follow-up. That's interesting.
Stay back, Clara.
I actually don't mind the idea of that.
Hide.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
You know. Clara, aside from Kafka, who I rolled on, and then Bronya's light cone. The only signature light cone I got was from Standard Banner, aside from that with Clara. And her light cone's really nice because of the healing you get back from it. Because ideally, you want Clara to be beating attack all the time. So that Svarog can launch follow-up attacks. So her not dying, you know, lends itself to that. Okay. What happened to everybody else? Great, you gave us Asta back. What about literally everybody else?
Good work. You did very well.
Thank you, Screwlum. At least he's praising us.
Asta only had a fright. She is recovering in the clinic. While you were chasing the enemy, the security department also found the missing researchers. Affirmation. They are all safe and sound. It was all thanks to Adler. They fell into a spatial curio and could not leave until the Department of Ecology's most knowledgeable curio expert solved it from within.
That's fortunate.
Many of them were shaken by their experience when Arlen found them, but they are otherwise fine. Yes, it is over. This business is over. and
Why do I feel like you
the
didn't do
space
much?
station will be able to deal with any internal aftershocks. In Herta's stead, I thank you for your efforts, madam. But there is one mystery that remains unsolved. And that is something I must deal with myself.
That is very video gamey, though. We have all these, like, really important things going on. And we have all these really powerful people with us. But we're the ones who are going to deal with it. Us, the least qualified. Oh, is this what he was talking about? Oh. Vacuum cleaner? No, it's a cube.
I've been waiting.
Oh. Well, he is a member of the IPC in some capacity, right?
Fallout from this
Maybe that's what he was
incident
looking for.
remains. Surely you have plenty of pressing matters to attend to. Or is the safety of the space station beneath your concern?
Answer. That is exactly why I came.
Oh.
After all, the principal figure in this whole affair is right here.
The IPC seems like they're not, like, antagonists, but definitely not,
When
like,
did you
they're
start to doubt
allies in every way.
When one is immersed in academic research, skepticism comes far
Although you
more
could say the same
naturally
thing
than
about the
belief.
Stellaron Hunters, I guess.
I've had the same bad habit as you since the beginning, Mr. Ratio.
I must say, I'm quite honored, Mr. Screwlum. But do explain, why opt for silent wisdom when you already had the pieces of the puzzle?
For curiosity's sake, affirmation. I made the same decision as you, to accompany and observe.
Oh, and when did you become convinced?
Objectively speaking, aside from some minor spiritual trauma, no researchers were hurt in this attack.
Yeah, the Annihilation
which never
gang seem
aligned
like
with
they
the
want to hurt
Annihilation
people.
gang's modus operandi. Logic, a third party saved them.
Had I not fortuitously acquired a spark of the
Oh,
phase
okay.
flame and intervened in Duke and
So they
Phoenix
would have
teleportation,
died if he
those
hadn't
people
intervened.
would already be space waste, floating past the windows here.
You are more candid than I calculated.
But still behaving within your calculations, no?
Huh.
One last question, Screwlum. Genius though you are, can you deduce why I did this.
I cannot be sure and can only hypothesize. Helping the weak hints at the merciful instinct of a medical doctor, but maintaining a cool, detached observation reveals the strictness of a scholar. And pulling the strings from behind the curtain is akin to laying down the gauntlet to a genius.
Everyone seems to want to challenge the Genius Society.
The ruler of planet
Didn't go well for Silver Wolf, but
is
you never know.
Well versed in the human mind. It's a pity you're as much in the ivory tower as other geniuses. You still got one thing wrong. To stand aside and observe is the best treatment one can give. There is a disease called foolishness that is harder to cure than any ailment.
Well,
the path of erudition has neither reason nor logic. While geniuses wander among the stars, the ordinary can't even trace their footsteps. Those less gifted have no choice but to walk alone, enduring a lifetime of tumbles and triumphs. But even a life marked by failure
that is true.
Is a life worth living. It is only in moments of solitude and despair, when help is absent, that fools grasp how to pick themselves up.
Kind of just learning from our failures.
Fastidious nature. I cannot stand fools, idiots, or imbeciles. Seeing them fills me with dread. Regrettably, this space station is just like the intelligentsia
Dr. Ratio is such a weird character for me, because he says things like that, continuing to pick yourself up, that I'm like, oh, I kind of like what he's saying, and then he says that.
You wish to uproot the researchers' blind worship of geniuses.
That is an interesting motivation.
Only laying out my questions.
Well, you should think for yourself,
As for the
you know?
answers, they'll find them themselves. Pursuit tinged with negativity is still pursuit, and it is capable of leading us to the right conclusion. For the masses of the mediocre to reach a level of awareness, this is a necessary rite of passage.
You are indeed more like a medical doctor than a scholar.
As for the spark I leave behind,
I believe Asta will deal with it properly.
it is also a lesson I left for her. With that, I take my leave. I look forward to future encounters with such brilliant minds. Let's hope they're as memorable as those we had today.
Interesting.
A farce full of trivial concerns.
Oh, he's gonna teleport himself now.
Ultimately, they're just mediocre minds.
Interesting. I do have to wonder what the overall community opinion on Dr. Ratio is going to be after that story quest, because, like I was saying, I was surprised at how many people disliked Topaz. When to me it felt like she was just doing her job, she genuinely felt like the IPC could help the planet, and then she kind of stuck her own neck on the line to give them the chance to follow the path that Bronya was setting out, you know? And I don't know, like, that's so... I'm curious for when we next see Dr. Ratio, because like I would say his overall presence in the story quest was a positive one. He helped us, even though he didn't help us fight that initial first part. He wasn't overall entirely unhelpful, and he did save the lives with the teleportation, because based on that explanation, if he hadn't intervened using that teleportation method he showed, they'd have died. So that's interesting. But we have the remaining new events here. Critter pick, and so the remaining critters that Ruan Mei has. And then the golden gears. I want to do the golden gears. I'm really excited for this. Every single thing that they've added to the simulated universe has been super cool. Golden gears. So... So is it an entirely new thing like Swarm Disaster? Because Swarm Disaster was like... I regretted not streaming at the time because there was so much stuff to do there. Download initial characters. That is true, erudition wasn't there. I wonder if we can completely unlock the new path. Similar to how you unlock propagation. Increases ultimate damage for all allies. That makes sense for erudition. Each custom device has different passive effects. Once the passive effect is met, they provide different buffs. Shield effect, effect rate, dot damage, healing, crit damage, follow-up attack, basic attack. Oh, that's about what you'd expect. We'll try this. The issue is I feel like I should be using characters that all do ultimate damage, aside from maybe my healer. So if we go back to one of the... I don't know what elements will be useful here. My initial thought would be run Jingliu. But if I run Jingliu, it's probably Jingliu, Bronya, healer, and then only... Fushuan's ult isn't really... It deals damage, but it's there to refresh your stacks on passive. So maybe let's run... I know Serval isn't considered very good, but I still like using Serval. Let's try this. I've just made for you a custom dice with new dice faces. Interesting. So it's like the dice that you use in Swarm Disaster, but you can make... Huh. That's really cool, actually. And it looks like you unlock maybe more faces. I like the idea of that, because the dice were so influential. For example, a large part of my Swarm Disaster farming was actually just trying to get all the side paths, because you had to get each dice option, like, at the end of the 3 realms, right? 20 times. And you used propagation because you had to spend forever trying to get hunt. So intracognition might be similar to Trailblaze Secrets. Interesting. So I'm assuming this is similar to the countdown you had in Swarm Disaster. Where I wonder if it would actually, like, she says turn you into robot. Are you gonna die? Or is it gonna be similar to Swarm Disaster where it just heavily buffs all the enemies? That was it? And are there gonna be new erudition path blessings? Because we're on the path of erudition, right? So we should look for the... Oh, okay. After using an AoE attack ability, both of these look like a pretty solid... It's funny because erudition I feel like is generally as a path. I know they've added Argenti, that kind of helped, but erudition felt like it was getting neglected in favor of destruction. So seeing erudition make kind of a come up here recently with Argenti, and this is cool. Immediately get the rewards turned into a blank domain. Maybe try this thing. Resist fatal damage and consume their own energy. I wonder what happens if they just use ultimate though and they have no energy. Contains 80 each trotter defeated. Okay. Yeah, that's very similar to the other path effects. I do wonder... Because, like, the first path I beat Swarm Disaster Tier 5 on was Nihility, because you just use Kafka and anyone else with Dot. And you can make Nihility path just become super spammable once you get enough blessings. And then I did, like, Abundance where I used Remembrance Cheese. So, viewing the impact. Difficulty 3 or higher. So it looks like there's a wide variety of effects that take place depending on where your intracognition is. I'm going to try raising it first. That seems like a safe bet. Because they said something about, like, If it lowers past the point, it's bad for you, I thought. Immediately copy the domain onto the domain. Let's copy this one then. Get another Trotter blessing. I don't know if there's any downside to exploring every single realm. So I'll probably go both Trotters, but let's not go too far out of our way this first run. Because I really don't know how it works. Tempting or tantalizing? I do not remember what the difference here is. Tempting is a blessing. No, it's enhancing blessings. Okay. That's helpful. I still do wonder how that consuming energy works. It might even have to be that you have to... Okay. Defeating Trotters is doubled. It might even be... I lost my train of thought.
Does that hurt?
That's awkward. Dang. I'm gonna look back at the VOD later and be like, oh, that's what I was thinking about, but...
Together. Relax.
Yeah, I'm at a loss. Wow. You ever have that where you're talking about something and just immediately you lose your train of thought? Yeah, erudition seems like it's going to be very heavily... Deal imaginary damage, okay. Based on ultimates. Let's try all of them. I want to see what the path resonances are. That's actually pretty helpful, though. It's never going to apply to Fushuan, because when she's below 50, if her passive's up, she uses it, but...
Does that hurt?
Still. I did not expect there to be so many Trotters here. A neat animation. The thought was, though, that I was confused about was... When I think about ultimate being buffed, I mainly think about the path of, when it comes to, like, simulated universe.
Time to say bye.
I think about the path that affects follow-up attacks. I can't remember what it's called now. Because the minute I go to think about something, the minute I draw a blank. This is really good. It hurts our other, it does also hurt this. But if you have this with Fushuan, it allows our passive healing to count. It's elation, that's what it is. Because there's a gold blessing for elation that makes ultimates count as follow-up attacks. This one's nice. I'm just gonna do energy regeneration. Ultimate deals more damage based on that. Yeah, I just full on that. So regenerates energy just upon encountering enemies. Okay. When it's triggered by synapse resonance. What is that? Okay. Do more damage to enemy with highest max HP. Defeat. I think this seems like the way to go. I think you definitely want the more fighting spirit. I think that you definitely want to focus on the benefits that can be refreshed in battle. Speed, alright. Take this. Yeah, see, like, this isn't going down, so it seems like it's only affected maybe by actual events you trigger.
Does that hurt?
So it might be a little bit more controllable than the, like, energy limit, right?
Time to say bye. Boom.
Because when it came to, that's pretty nice. Not terrible. That's pretty good. I should raise Sanpo or Luca or someone that's a little bit better as a secondary dot for my Kafka team, but I like Serval. So I've been using her with this team, and honestly, eventually there will be another 5-star dot character, or even a really good 4-star dot character. That'll just completely be worth it. Never know here, do I enter with... Yeah, probably. Sometimes I think it is better just to enter with a non-effective technique than to... Oh! Okay. It's Steven to fix this bug, you just gotta stick with it for now. During the boss fight in the third plane, resonance extrapolation will occur. Simulate different types of path resonance as... Oh, so the enemies get a random one. During later challenges, you can... Okay, so this is similar to how, like... Again, Swarm Disaster, the first one, who you choose effects what weakness the enemy has, and then there's a secondary effect, and then the third plane boss. As simulated from the second plane. So you can almost... Okay, that's interesting.
You can fight it.
That is really cool. It's gonna hurt a lot, but I like the idea of the enemies having a path resonance. That'll increase the difficulty. Because once you hit a certain point, I feel like on your accounts, simulated universe is just, you don't gotta worry about it at all. Like, I can do the highest difficulty, not in Swarm Disaster, but base 1 for my farming on auto, which is nice. Because you have to do it like twice at least a week, but... So this is where I'm assuming it just is affected by that. I wonder if there's going to be... Yeah, so this was just kind of the intro world. I might do an entirely separate stream here in a couple days for just this Golden Universe, because this is exactly what it looked like when you were getting like a new path. Whatchamacall. I'd have to look at it, but these options mattered a lot. I'm going to be honest, I'm not super worried about reading that. I mean, it's been a while since I grinded Swarm Disaster. It is fun. I'm interested. That's super cool. It's gonna be hard. I'd imagine on the hardest difficulty. Like, I felt like top tier Swarm Disaster was harder than even most of MOC each week, or 2 weeks. Oh. Alright, so... Let's see. So what it reminds me of is I spent a long time trying to get these nodes fill up, because for this, you had the options, right? And you had to get all of these a certain number of times. And Hunt in particular, for some reason, I had to watch like a full-on guide on which options would allow you to do which things. But it was so hard. And it was the reason Propagation Path was good, was because you could tell, based on like a chart that people have made, which events you would get and which ones had hunt options. But this took so many runs. I spent hours trying to get these hunt encounters. It was kind of sad. But that's what that reminded me of, because when you completed one of those little paths, it would bring up that starry area we were just in. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of new blessings. I'm surprised there's that many. And I do wonder if there'll be like dual resonances, the way there were for the other paths. There'll be a lot of occurrences defined. More information on the... Interesting. So there are similar things, okay. So new dice face every time. Okay. So this seems like it'll be another long-term mode, because there was a simulated universe event where it was like super cool conditions, like, okay, you start with this collectible, this, and it was very themed. This seems like it'll be more like Swarm, where it'll be a long-term thing. Beacon, custom dice, domain, custom dice. I would assume get more countdown. Over to occurrence, get trotters. Okay, let's just hop into a run. I don't know if I want to hop into... Do I want to hop into difficulty 5 immediately without knowing what I'm doing? Maybe we should do the first time clearance rewards, because I don't believe it gives you the rewards for each one. And this will give us some chance to figure some stuff out, too. Band path. So there's resonance interplay between nihility and elation. That makes sense, though. So it looks like we can just ban certain paths for blessings. That's helpful, because I noticed once they added propagation, it was even harder to get all of your path resonance blessings in regular SU. Adding a ban system makes a lot of sense. Remembrance isn't helpful at all to us if we're not using ice. Although if you are using mono ice, super powerful. Hunt is generally helpful. Propagation is okay. Preservation's not super helpful to us now either. We don't have shielding. Otherwise, I'd consider getting rid of propagation because the basic attack buffs are nice. But I just don't know how important they are. I like that though. That's really cool. So we can choose a dice for occurrences, trotters, countdown in general, which this might be important later on because we only had one event that affected countdown. Consume more cosmic fragments. Let's go with the trotter dice. So moving to a domain with trotter is good. Generating that is good. Turn a domain into a combat domain, or I can do... I kind of like that. I don't know, it just... Once I got Hanya, I realized how nice skill point generation is. Oh, you can just use... Okay. So it looks like maybe there's... So my guess would be is you can have 2 golden or below, then 2 purple or below, and then 2 blues. To kind of balance it out so you're not just using 6 gold. Turn has been marked. If the cognition value is within range, bonus rewards. Okay. So there's higher value if we're between -40 and -1, -20, -1, and then that's just -40 to 40. So we want to find one thing that will lower our value here. Oh, it even shows you the recommended. There's a time to treasure. Ooh. I love the lotto, but the golden face will not appear when rolling the dice. Oh, okay. So we won't roll our golden faces. But after rolling the die 4 times, we get 2 cheat attempts, which would then allow us to get the golden faces on will. And and we can then roll it after that, I would assume. That doesn't sound bad, especially early. I'm going to try this. I didn't see a transaction domain, but that still sounds pretty good.
I see through you. Converge and awaken.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
What have we got? Ultimate attacks delay all weakness broken enemies. That's not bad. Doesn't attack deal damage. Yeah, it's just AoE damage. AoE damage and ultimate buffs. That's so good. Like I was saying, with some teams, like Hyper Carry Jean Liu might not want to run erudition because her ult has a high energy path, but she still does a lot of AoE damage. The issue is like my Hyper Carry Jean Liu team doesn't really rely on anyone's ultimate damage other than Jean Liu's. And even then, that's not like super important. But it's one of those, it's not bad to have. It's better than having nothing. But you could still argue there's a better path here. Okay. A blessing photo. I want to go to this ×2 domain. A lot. But with the path we have, I almost feel like I should go up and then go triple trotter. So that's what we're gonna do. We're at base difficulty. Oh, there is a countdown. Maybe should have taken that into consideration. This one is... gain 2 random curios and 1 negative, sure. That's not bad. That's... iffy. It's not bad. Lose energy. Okay, so we just lose all energy. That stinks, because when you go into elite domains and boss domains, you have max... not what I meant. Click. Can you not see the, Yeah, there it is. I guess to be fair, it doesn't really matter what I'm rolling, because I'm just going triple trotter. I don't know what that note is. We raised. We got the erudition seal. I figured that would happen. So our path resonances, I believe, were...
Does that hurt?
No, it showed them to us. And I've already forgotten.
Divination. Together as one.
Just in case. Yeah. At this difficulty, it won't be a problem, but if we were trying to learn all this stuff while we hopped into a... Let's just stick to this for now. I want to see how the path performs once you have all three, like, sub-path resonances. And then I might look more at the combined paths.
Does that hurt?
But what I think we'll probably do is we'll do just this one run today. And then I want to go see what's up with the Ruan Mei events. And then maybe we'll leave the rest of this simulated universe for another stream. What's this? After entering combat domain, it will immediately replace with an elite domain. After entering to... Okay, so you get the rewards of an elite domain twice. And I'm assuming. And that. Not bad. I still think this one seems like a good one. Encountering enemies is just like a one-time thing, so it'd be like... I would assume, you know... Oh, there's the transaction. I think we're going down anyways, but... We do have that curio that gives us fragments when we enter a transaction.
They don't look happy.
So it turned into an... Is there still a trotter on this one, I wonder? There is. That's interesting.
Our fortune's cloud converge and awaken.
Pretty good crowd.
It's nice doing it at this difficulty though, because you can just brute force the trotters. Be honest, at higher difficulties, I'm assuming you can't just brute force the trotters for free rewards. So unless we bring Silver Wolf, we might just lose out on a good chunk. Like the event that gives you 3 warp trotters, I feel like you always miss out on at least 1, if not 2 of the 3. Dice rerolls. How many... I always see this one, then I can never tell how many fragments we have. So that's about 150 something. About 190. Do this. This is just a free one hit. I want to see how this works. Because I do want to know if that is an automatic activation and it just consumes whatever energy they have. Or if it's, you know, the other way around. I will take that. Intracognition. I could go double transaction, but I want to see if I can't lower my... Yeah. Decrease, perfect. That puts us in the recommended zone. Because we got like a random event, it looked like, that gave us... Point in the countdown. That gave us that plus however many. So if there's random events plus those domains, that could be hard to stand in the middle. We just take the fragments here. Yeah. I think it was Nihility Path, actually, that you want to get in those blank domains. That's not bad. It's nice to have, like, some combat buffs. Quantum or Fire? Well, Fire does nothing for us. Quantum isn't particularly helpful. It would have been nice to get Lightning Weakness, but...
They don't look happy.
Again.
Does that hurt?
That'll be more of a difference maker at the top difficulty. Because seriously, I swear, in Swarm Disaster, if you're not using a Quantum or Imaginary main carry,
Our fortune is cloud.
you need the correct weakness. But I saw some people cheese it. I saw someone win. I know levels aren't the most important thing in this game, but I watched someone beat Tier 5 with a quad ice team, and all of them were like level 60. But it was obviously only possible because they got ice weakness. And then they used Remembrance Cheese, which makes up for a lot of the damage lack, but
May as well kill 'em all.
still funny.
You can fight it.
I just hope it's not something about the continual, like, multiplying, like in that original Swarm Disaster. Alright. When entering battle, charges the brain in a vat. So that seems like it might be similar to, like, the Dewdrop. There's ultimates other than brain in a vat. Use energy. Interesting. So it gives you double ultimate after a certain amount of time. There's some selectables. So it immediately gives you 3 random blessings, but then you only get 1 choice. I'm just going to take the man-made meteorite. Yeah, I'm going to do this. And we should be in the recommended... Oh. Okay. Yep, we got the bonus reward. Nice. What's this? I'm gonna be honest, I don't usually read these. I know it's a lot of lore. I usually go back. Similar to it's what I do with Arknights on stream. I don't read all of the Arknights story on stream because there's so much of it that it would be 90% of the stream. I just do the entire event and then go back and read it on my own time. Just like a full-on story. I feel like that works better. I don't mind this Trotter dice, but I feel like I might be able to get some more value out of another one. Maybe the occurrence domain one. We still have yet to see what dice we're going to unlock too. Transactions. We have kind of a transaction buff. I think that at this point we have enough that that's worth it, right? Yeah, we spent 120 and got 250. Domain, immediately copy it. Let's copy an elite. One thing I will say is Kafka usually works really well for these adventure domains. But knowing that the countdown's going low, let's just hurry.
They don't look happy to see us.
I'm just kind of spamming techniques here because I don't think we need them for the elite.
Together as one.
So we might as well just go through this here. There's those stacks right there on that. It really stinks that the negative curio we got was reducing all of our energy. Because normally that's how you just walk in and one bop at lower levels the bosses and elites. But it's not the end of the world.
Stand still.
It just means like Fushuan doesn't get her second charge pretty much instantly. He has low energy to begin with. I'm gonna be honest,
may as well kill them all.
I think that Huohua will be very helpful at higher difficulties, but not now.
Relax.
I don't know if it affects Path to Resonance though.
Say bye to breathing. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
That'll do it. First unit deals more damage. Okay, that's an entering battle. Entering battles effects are good for clear, but they're also just not the best later on. Let's do this because I want to go straight line here. I am really worried about that countdown because I don't know what it does. Bringing this curio will cause the time... Ooh! That's crazy nice. Especially since we're going into Adventure Domain. Because in Swarm Disaster, there were 3 possible ones you could get. And 2 of them I could do consistently with Kafka, but the 3rd one I couldn't. And it was always so aggravating. But that extra little bit of time would make it super easy to do. Yeah, sure. Oh. Keep investing, spend 50% of your... Sure? That was a lot of... Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna attempt that again. It looks like maybe it's a chance to double what you put in. Maybe I should have gone. What's this? We'll figure it out later. I plan on doing at least one, if not a few, streams just full on doing this mode. Because I played so much Swarm Disaster. Okay, these are the... Oh, I just get a starting chest. Okay. We're unlocking all the erudition blessings. So this looks like the one... Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like this is a new one. I'd wondered if there would be completely new adventure domains. Wow, you get so much time. This one, even just running around and using basic attacks, I found in the past you could do just barely. Like here, for example, I would do this to save some time. But I feel like this one's usually pretty easy. It's the one that's in the Herta space station that I found you might need that extra time for. But I'm really glad that they added that. So, I don't know if this is gonna matter. I like the parchment that always eats. Just generally nice. This should be a blessing. We got all 3 path resonances. That's good. Now, if only I could remember what path resonance we needed. I know it wasn't destruction. I don't think it was remembrance. We banned preservation. Maybe it was I think elation might have been one. Oh, wow. Do this because it's out of the way. I don't think it was nihility. I really wish I'd, like, written that down or just remembered. This actually ties in really well with the erudition path, though. We'll try it. I actually really like that one. Alright, so this is what I was wondering on this little symbol here. Oh, okay. We gotta go for a new one here. Isn't this the one that we were looking at earlier? Yeah. So we can't get the gold die anymore. But then after rolling the dice, we get that. That's fine too, because the gold die was moving to a blessing trotter or getting the immediate rewards, and we don't really need either anymore. I guess to be fair, at the lowest difficulty, this would be a good time to test what happens when your resonance goes out, but I'm assuming it just buffs enemies again, which is obnoxious.
Our fortune is clouded. Converge and awaken.
Say bye to breathing.
This one's getting kind of tanky.
Stand still.
It does seem like Simulated Universe really loves quantum and imaginary weakness, which really just lends itself to, like I was saying, to quantum being a really good element to solo. Every curio that's been destroyed. Do I have any I have one, I think. One. This one will be destroyed in 3 dice rolls. This one will be destroyed in another adventure domain if I find one. I need to go to transaction shops. Let's just make them real banging. Dealing fatal damage charges the brain. Okay. I really like the idea of the... Yeah, why not? I really like the idea of the Path of Erudition, though. Because I feel like... Usually, right, destruction's a good way to go. I didn't think that was the case in Swarm Disaster, but in, like, general play, I think destruction's just a generally, like, hey, if you don't know what to bring this path. But I like the idea of another path that's just generally good for most teams. I know a lot of characters don't have ultimate dealing damage, but just another general purpose path.
May as well kill them all.
Some of these might explode. We need to focus these trotters. That's what's fun about low difficulty modes, so it's why I like playing IS3 on just base difficulty for fun. Because the chance of you being able to take every single emergency off, every single extra path and such is much higher when there's no threat. For example, I'm at like Searching Seas 13 in that mode. Up 15. I don't go into Wander into Wonderland very often because I'll die. But we'll have to see. I don't know if we'll play more IS3 on stream. I still enjoy that mode, but to be fair, I didn't exactly... The last expansion came out and I haven't been playing much. Once I've beaten the boss on like half the squads. Increasing speed is fine for this. So let's see what we can do. Resonance Abundance removes 4 debuffs. That's bad for a Nihility team. Inflict dots on our characters. I think that's less dangerous than giving them... If you're running any kind of debuff theme like Nihility, that sounds really bad. Oh, I maybe shouldn't have. Because part of the reason Nihility is so broken, especially for using the Path Resonance for it, is you can just stack up a billion dots and then do nothing.
Didn't hurt. Pretty good crowd today. Keep up.
On my command.
That's weird too, because the second floor and the first floor I felt like were buffs to the team Swarm.
May as well kill them all.
Stay focused. On my command. This ends here.
I feel like Japard. People joke about Ting Yun being the one with the highest taunt value in the game. I feel like Japard always attacks Serval when she's in my team.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
And there's the double bolt. Wow, that's nuts.
Good times. Time to say bye.
I can only imagine how broken that's gonna be with the people that have like no energy cost on their ult. You sit there and spam it even more. Although in that case it might not be necessary, but then they're getting the benefits from using their ultimate on the path a lot more.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Okay. Grab Nihility here. Possessing this curio is considered the blessing of one. Oh, okay. That's really cool, because that's probably, that would help for the extra path threat. Yeah. So it is Nihility. Or no, yeah, that was Nihility. That's really cool. That's something that seems a little specific. Like, I don't know how useful that would be in regular SU, but that is really neat. Here's the third plane. The recommended we're already in, assuming that doesn't change. Let's see what we can spend, because we have a ton of fragments. I don't know if I've ever had that many fragments. I don't need the dice rerolls. Screwlum probably allows me to buy blessings. Yep. Got the ultimate follow-up, okay. I don't see why we wouldn't buy everyone here. Yeah. Man, you can definitely see how nice it is to ban blessings, because like preservation blessings do nothing in a lot of... Let's go to this adventure domain. Oh, actually... Yeah, why not? I'm going to test how bad the countdown affects it here, because that'll let me know how much I can get away with it at higher difficulty levels, because sometimes those types of things you can't mess around with at all, and sometimes it's just kind of a joke. Okay. Broader catch. Yeah, we get the free chest. I really like that curio. This might just be the way to go. Because I don't even know if we get another transaction domain, if we could spend all of those, you know?
Does that hurt?
Kafka's so good for most of these adventure domains. I'm sure there's other AoE techniques, don't get me wrong, that would work just as well. But she's just generally really powerful for these modes. Come here. Oh. Nope. Okay, it doesn't matter. What do we got? Blessing of Elation. Well, let's do this. Okay, that's not bad. Take Suspicion. I still don't remember what the second, now we know it's, Erudition Nihility, which works even better for this team. But, I don't remember what the other one was. Okay, it is just planar disarray, it is just making enemies stronger. Good to know. Robert catch, huh? And these domains, if you really want to, like... You obviously want to use Kafka Attack to get as many... Or technique here, when you have her in your team. But sometimes you can just save it and use those extra technique points, because they give you technique points here. Like here, I could ignore these trotters because we're at max score and make sure we grab that. And then just chase down everyone else. Nice. I don't need the cheats. I don't even think I can make use of any of these, really. It's okay. You know, ultimates count as follow-up attacks. It was Elation. See, that's what I'd guess, but I couldn't remember. So, Elation, Nihility alongside this. I don't need to mess with this. Let's go Reward. So I know Tempting was enhancements. Tantalizing, I believe, was... I think the enhancements are fine. Yeah. It's a bargain for 10. I don't think there's any more... I just don't care. Yeah. Again, at this difficulty, min-maxing that probably just doesn't matter. So the thing is, I can enhance any blessings, but we also have the extra damage per fragments. So, maybe do that. That. The Brain in a Vat isn't interesting. I think that's all I'm going to do, actually. It's an interesting mechanic, because the Dewdrop works really well with defensive teams. Alright, so what have we got? In the third plane's boss domain challenge, remove the effects of Resonance. All enemies deal 15% less damage. I mean, I think we have to go for the one with lightning weakness.
Oh. They don't look happy to see us.
So, the boss will have quantum weakness. And we're applied with that. That's fine. It's gonna take a while to get used to everything. Is this just the full-on final boss, though? Because that seems a bit anticlimactic.
Our fortune is clouded.
Compared to, you know, Big Bug phase 2, and then 2 Big Bug. Okay, so it's triple phase on this. I still don't imagine that being too difficult, honestly. I guess it depends on what combination you get, but I can't say I'd be particularly scared of... Oh! Teamwork order. I just can't say I'd be particularly scared of it, to be honest. Oh, here it is. So we get debuffs.
Converge and awaken.
It is nice to see that the final enemy should have random weaknesses, in addition to the one you can apply. Because that means I can be a little bit more frugal with my teams. Because that was the issue with Swarm Disaster, was no matter what, the final boss had Quantum and Imaginary weakness. So those teams were just outright a lot of times better, because otherwise you're relying on the RNG of getting the correct weakness on the first floor. Oh, and you have to defeat them simultaneously in phase 3. Interesting. This is fun. I like this mode. I think at first impressions I don't know. I can't necessarily say I think that I like Swarm more this early. Reboot the Emperor, huh? Well, I can't imagine she's transferring the ownership of the simulated universe to the IPC. That doesn't seem like it will happen. Anyway, for this stream, because we've been going for like 4.5 hours, what I think we'll do is I just won't mess with the simulated universe mode here. I probably won't stream tomorrow, but maybe Friday. We'll continue doing some more Golden Gears. Let's take a quick look at this critter thing here. That door still isn't open. Before we end the stream here, because this seems like it might be just a mini event. I know the way these games usually function with Hoyoverse is there's a big main event and then they do smaller follow-up events. But so far this patch seems like it had a lot of stuff to do. It was surprising to see that there were multiple story quests, even if it was just 2, because I wasn't expecting that. Talk to the helper robot. I'm interested to see if we'll meet more of the little Ruan Mei creatures that she made, because they talked about there being a ton being released, and then there was only, you know, the 2 that we met, really. The cat and the lunch bag. Two creations. Okay, these are just different versions of that one. Skin is gray, filling is pink. All have a chance of... Oh, so we can make new ones. That's interesting. So we just select the only 2 we have. We start the nurturing. Innocent coconut angel cake, huh? Did we just release more? I feel like that's the opposite of what we were probably meant to be doing. What? You didn't warn us that could happen? I hear it. Must be down in that room. Is this it? No? Oh. No, that's ashy paste. That can't be the, lost creation. Oh, here it is. It swallowed the trash. Okay. Let's take it back to the helper robot. Now it's in a trap. Jeez. So there will be these little events that'll then give you new traits, like a trash can. How likely a mutation event might happen, so 40%. Mutation. So we have to have materials. Hopefully I have these materials, because I think these are just the random things you can get from breaking objects. Then you get a clue. I'm sure someone will write a guide on what exact materials you need. That way you're not just throwing materials into the wind. Trash cake. You get research points, and I'm assuming those research points are what you need for the rewards. Interesting. You get research level. That is kind of a funny event. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that Pokemon simulator where people could mix and match and make like really weird creations, except a little bit more tame. But it makes me wonder, were all of Ruan Mei's experiments, you know, some combination of this and the lunch bag thing? Were there more? But either way, guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. It's been really fun. I'm really enjoying this coming back to streaming. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know how often it'll be, how, you know, what I'll even stream. It depends on, like, when new Arknights events come out, what new roguelikes I find. But I will try to stream a little bit more often, coming back into it when school and work and stuff allows. I will probably be streaming this Golden Gears Simulated Universe, though, on Friday or Saturday. It should be one of those 2 days. It'll just depend. Tomorrow, I do have some stuff I need to get done. But anyways, guys, thanks for everyone who stopped by and watch the stream or watch the VOD, and I will catch you guys next time.